broke the chair.
Straight.
Oh, I did the same.
Awesome job. Awesome job.
Everybody clap your hands.
Okay.
Melodies from heaven,
Rain down,
rain down on me,
rain down.
rain down on me. Melodies from heaven,
Rain down,
rain down on me,
rain down.
rain down on me.
Take me,
Take me in your arms and hold me close.
rain down,
Rain down on me,
rain down.
rain down on me.
Fill me,
Fill me with your precious Holy Ghost.
rain down,
Rain down on me,
rain down.
rain down on me.
I said melody,
Melodies from heaven,
rain down,
rain down on me,
rain down.
rain down on me.
I said melody,
Melodies from heaven,
rain down,
rain down
Awesome job.
Before I call the meeting to order, I just want to make sure we recognize that that was our fifth grade recorder group from Inglewood Elementary School, and that was our First Coast singers from First Coast High School. Can I have one more round of applause? That is just a reminder of the amazing talent our school district has. And for the parents and guardians of those children, thank you for sharing their gifts with us this evening. That being said, the school board of the Duval County School District is now convened in its regular monthly meeting. To everyone present and to our television viewers, I wish to extend a warm welcome to this meeting of the Duval County School Board. The vision statement of the Duval County School Board states, every student is inspired and prepared for success in college and/or career and life. The mission statement of the Duval County School Board is to provide educational excellence in every school, in every classroom, for every student, every day. The Duval County School Board is here tonight to listen to reports from district staff and set policy for the district that will improve student achievement. We will also address budgets, contracts, personnel appointments, and other business items that require a vote of the board. The management and day-to-day operations of the district are the responsibility of our superintendent. It is not the role of the board to make managerial or operational decisions. The board has policies and procedures in place to assist the superintendent in resolving management and operational issues. If items appear to move quickly, it is because the board meets in an agenda committee meeting prior to the board meeting for an in-depth review of all agenda items. For the public's information, the agenda committee meeting for the January 9th, 2023 school board meeting will be held on December 13th, 2022 at 9:00 a.m. And as always, the public is invited to attend. As a show of courtesy and respect to each other, we ask that all mobile phones be turned off and that no flash photography be used during the meeting. For those wishing to address the board during our public comment portion of the board meeting, please note that we will accept speaker cards until 6:20 p.m. According to the CDC's website, Duval County's COVID-19 community level is currently designated as low. The CDC currently recommends indoor mask wearing for people with symptoms, a positive test, or exposure to someone with COVID-19. As always, thank you for taking the time to join us this evening and for your interest in the operation of the Duval County School District. That being said, I'm going to invite you to stand for a moment of silence. But as we stand for the moment of silence, if you could keep in your thoughts Prince Holland's family. He was the Ribault Middle School student who was murdered recently. After that, we will be followed with the pledge. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may be seated. And again, before we really get into the meat of the meeting tonight, I do want to make sure, in case you didn't hear me, because the applause was fairly thunderous and welcoming about our amazing performers. Again, they were the 5th grade recorder group from Inglewood Elementary and the First Coast singers from First Coast High School. And again, to the parents and guardians of those amazing children, thank you for letting them be with us this evening. All of those types of performances are just a reminder to us as to the incredible talent that is in our school district. At this time, we're going to hear about some more talent in our district because we're going to have our monthly school presentation. It will come from a district, from John Stockton Elementary School. And I'm going to ask right now that their principal, the amazing Stephanie Brannon, come up to join us for her presentation.
Good evening. I am Stephanie Brand, the principal of John Stockton Elementary School. I want to first start out by thanking Board Member Joyce for inviting us here to showcase our school this evening. For those of you that are not aware, John Stockton is a science, technology, and mathematics magnet school. We don't incorporate, we don't have engineering as a STEM, but we kind of categorize ourselves in that category because we do a lot of engineering as well. We're located on the west side of Jacksonville. We sit in a little small neighborhood. And besides our amazing faculty that strive for academic excellence at all times and our extremely involved parental group, we have a great culture at our school, and that's kind of one of the things that we strive to kind of talk about a lot. And so I have a short video clip that kind of shows some of the great things that we're doing in terms of STEM, but also in terms of the culture that we have built at John Stockton.
We'd like to thank you for your presentation this evening. I would say thank you a good bit, but I know that Board Member Joyce from District 6 is going to want to say a few things. I'm going to turn it over to her now.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Brandon, for coming and presenting tonight. John Stockton is a great little school located on the west side, and it's a very sought-after school. I know there's a lot of families that want to participate in the program that you have there. I hear wonderful stories all the time about how awesome a principal you are, and I wanted, and since you're one of the finalists for Principal of the Year, I wanted to give you the opportunity to showcase what you're doing at John Stockton. The parent group there, Friends of Stockton, are amazing, and I know that they support you, and it's a tight, close-knit community. And again, and I don't know that I've ever had, John Stockton has ever had the opportunity to present to the board, and so I wanted to give you that opportunity and say thank you for all the hard work you do in that little neighborhood on the west side of Jacksonville.
Thank you.
So thank you again for this evening for being with us.
Thank you.
That being said, I think we're going to call Ms. Vicki Gutierrez up to begin our presentations for this evening.
Our first recognition highlights someone who is no stranger to this stage and no stranger to being honored for his work. He is Joshua Nelson, school counselor at R.L. Brown Gifted and Talented Academy. And tonight we celebrate him being one of just 4 school counselors in the U.S. to be named a finalist for the American School Counselor Association's School Counselor of the Year. Nelson has been a school counselor since 2015, and his principal says he is the heartbeat of their learning community, and he's made a great impact on the school. Case in point, Mr. Nelson discovered that a small percentage of students at the school were receiving the bulk of the discipline referrals. Upon further research, he discovered this group of students struggled with the same issues and behaviors associated with adverse childhood experiences, or ACEs. To address this, he collaborated with school staff to create emotionally safe and supportive spaces. Students were assigned adult mentors, and they were also paired with other students in groups called lunch bunches. And he says that working with the students taught him the power of intentional, caring, positive relationships and reversing the impact of ACEs. Nelson, along with the other finalists and the School Counselor of the Year, will be recognized and celebrated in February in Washington, D.C. In the meantime, please join us in congratulating him for being named an American School Counselor Association School Counselor of the Year finalist.
All right. Here you go, Mr. Nelson.
Our next 2 recognitions spotlight 10 spectacular school administrators. Our assistant principal and principal of the year finalists and winners join us tonight as we honor their dedication to student and faculty success. Here with us to celebrate this group are Jacksonville Public Education Fund President Rachel Tutwiler Fortune and Equitable Advisors Southeast Region Executive Vice President Richard Allen. Each honoree will also receive a Superintendent's Coin of Excellence from Dr. Green. So we will begin with the Assistant Principal of the Year finalist and Elisha Carr of Crown Point Elementary. Carr believes that his school is more than just a building and walls, and she made it her mission to address a decline in parental involvement. She's increased community partnerships, organized volunteers to host reading sessions, and produced daily greetings in Spanish and Portuguese to promote inclusiveness. Principal Brett Hartley says this: her energy is contagious and you can't help but smile anytime you're around her. Please join us in congratulating Assistant Principal Elisha Carr. We now recognize Shakira Thomas of Don Brewer Elementary. Ms. Thomas set forth a goal to focus on students who were not mastering grade level benchmarks and were in need of additional support. She noticed these students lacked confidence in themselves and they needed someone to believe in them, and she knew she was that person. Don Brewer Principal Amy Novak says this: from the moment she walked through Don Brewer's door, she has been looking for ways to refresh, rebrand, and revitalize our school. She excels and exceeds the assistant principal title role. Please join us in congratulating Shakira Thomas. From Rutledge Pearson Elementary, we now recognize Assistant Principal Robin Cooper. With Rutledge Pearson and Martin Luther King Jr. merging together for the 2022-23 school year, Cooper was tasked with bringing two school communities together. She strived to motivate and encourage students to take stock in their learning and set goals for student academics and behaviors. According to one teacher, Cooper never misses an opportunity to celebrate the achievements and successes of teachers, students, and staff, and her principal, Katie Atkins, is here to celebrate this accomplishment. Please join us in congratulating Robin Cooper. Dr. Jerome Mosley of Maddie V. Rutherford Alternative Education Center is our last Assistant Principal of the Year finalist. As a teacher leader, he has always aimed to lift as he climbed, meaning that as he's grown and learned new things professionally, he's always poured his knowledge into other teachers. Dr. Mosley is also passionate about being an advocate for youth, and in creating Bridge Builders United Incorporated, he helps provide resources for parents and children. Principal Sadie Milner-Smith, who joins us as well this evening, says that Dr. Mosley has demonstrated that he is a team player and compassionate while displaying leadership qualities when problem solving. Please help us congratulate Dr. Mosley. And now for our Assistant Principal of the Year, Bontrina Myers of Ocean Way Middle. One of her many accomplishments includes jumping into action and developing systems to help transform a declining school culture. Myers was also instrumental in implementing strategies that resulted in growth in the school's state performance scores in ELA, science, math, and algebra. School Principal Elizabeth Stansel, who joins us this evening, says this: when Ms. Myers came to Ocean Way, the school was in chaos. In her role at Ocean Way Middle School, she has been pivotal in setting change parameters, and then leading teacher teams in implementing changes that have improved student behavior and instructional delivery. Please join us in congratulating our Assistant Principal of the Year, Bontrina Myers.
I'm going down.
Wait,
Can I get in one more?
hold on. Wait, one more. Your board members,
Too
your
late.
board members
Too
running.
late. You miss your photo op.
We will now recognize our Principal of the Year finalists, beginning with Principal Kathleen or Katie Atkins of Rutledge Pearson Elementary. Atkins joined Rutledge Pearson during a year of transition. Through common planning and professional development, she encouraged teachers to share ideas, collaborate, and build confidence in mastering their crafts. One teacher says this: Mrs. Atkins has a way of transforming the environment of any school that she enters. She has a way of creating a culture of positivity, trust, belonging, and renewed passion. Congratulations, Katie Atkins, as a Principal of the Year finalist. Our next Principal of the Year finalist is Tracy Batiste of Edward White High School. Ms. Batiste initially joined the Commander family as an assistant principal. She coined the heavily utilized name Command Dome, where the mantra, "Don't offer me excuses," is instilled in faculty, staff, and students. As principal, she's worked to create a safe space for students, and part of that strategy has included the opening of the Teen Center at Ed White Boys and Girls Club. According to one former student, she embodies what it means to be an educator and a leader in this challenging and constantly changing world. Please join us in congratulating Principal of the Year finalist, Tracy Batiste. Next, we honor Principal Stephanie Brannon of John Stockton Elementary. Ms. Brannon lives by the quote, "It is better to have a great team than a team of greats." To help build professional development, she began asking teachers to provide workshops on topics they were proficient in. Ms. Brannon also has implemented regular student admin data chats, ensuring that students are involved in the process. To quote a parent, they say her leadership extends to her work with the teachers and administration, and as a parent, her widespread respect and admiration is very evident. Please join us in congratulating Principal Brannon. Principal Marianne Lee of Chimney Lakes Elementary School is our next finalist. Upon being asked to lead the school, she immediately tackled the challenge of moving the school's academics forward, as well as building positive relationships among the faculty, staff, and stakeholders. She lives by 3 principles. School climate and culture is at the heart of change. Professional development is at the heart of student success. And visiting classrooms is at the core of change and collaboration. Teachers also say her spontaneous acts of kindness show her caring and compassionate nature for her teachers as well as students. Congratulations, Principal Marianne Lee.
Not so fast.
Last but not least, we have our Principal of the Year, Tamara Roper of Joseph Stilwell Military Academy of Leadership. Principal Roper says when she learned that the school was reinstating its military program, she knew that that was the school she wanted to lead. A veteran herself, she wanted to use her expertise and experience to help students and faculty feel the same sense of purpose and confidence that physical activity, camaraderie, and working toward a common goal inspire. As a result, she says she's seen higher engagement, better behavior, and more enthusiasm. To quote one district staff member and parent, Ms. Roper's leadership is strategic, enthusiastic, and empowering. The reasons why: motivation, innovation, and leadership. Please join us in congratulating our Principal of the Year, Tamara Roper. It has been said that bravery is not the absence of fear, but rather the triumph over it. Our final recognition highlights just that, the incredible bravery and commitment to school safety by Ruth Upson Elementary School staff member Kim McKesson. On October 7th, close to the dismissal of students, the school was visited by an unwelcome guest. An unknown male walked up the stairs to the front of the school and began pulling on the door to enter the school. This got the attention of Ms. McKesson, a data entry clerk at Upson. She continued to monitor the man and noticed that he was bearing an axe. He then proceeded down the stairs to the sidewalk towards the playground. This is when Ms. McKesson sprang into action. From a safe distance, she verbally engaged the man to find out his reasoning for visiting the campus. He then threatened her life. Instead of freezing, Ms. McKesson ensured doors were locked and secured and informed the school's bookkeeper that she was putting the school on a code red lockdown. This man was eventually apprehended by police. And it was because of Ms. McKesson's bravery, quick actions, and the support of school personnel that a potentially terrible outcome was avoided. And for this, she is receiving a Superintendent's Coin of Excellence. Please join us in honoring Ms. Kim McKesson for her commitment to student and staff safety. This concludes this evening's recognitions.
All right, thank you. I will say we've now seen our incredibly talented children and our incredibly talented adults. Congratulations to all the principals and assistant principals who were recognized this evening. And I hope everybody noticed Board Member Joyce broke out the Stillwell blazer for tonight's Principal of the Year presentation. She is a proud past faculty of that school. That being said, we normally do comments from our District Student Government Association at this time, but they will not be with us this evening, so we're going to move on to the approval of tonight's agenda. Approval of the December 6, 2022 agenda, that the Duval County School Board approve the December 6, 2022 agenda as submitted on November 29, 2022 with the following changes. Administrative and Business Services, Budget and Financial, Additional Services, Independent Auditing, Services, Attachment added. Operations, Purchasing and Logistics, Sale of Surplus Real Property at 11231 Phillips Industrial Road Boulevard East, Purchase and Sale Agreement. The item is withdrawn. I'm going to ask for a motion at this time.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion by Board Member Jones with a second by Board Member Willie. Is there any discussion at this time? Seeing none, I call for your vote. That item carries 7-0. Thank you. We're going to now move into our chairman's report. We'll give them a moment to load that presentation. All right. This evening, we are excited. I will say our superintendent will speak to some recent items in our community during her presentation, but we as a board are going to stay on track with going through and making sure the public is aware of our legislative platform. So we're going to begin that. Oh, no. So we're going to begin that process. We are happy to have people with us this evening in hopes that they will engage with us on this item. The Duval County School Board, for the information on the public, each year we come up with a platform that we present to the Duval delegation and that we take to Tallahassee in an effort to make things better for the children and teachers and parents in our community. The Duval delegation met this past week, and we had part of our board team as well as part of our district leadership present at that meeting. This year, our school board, in partnership with parents, families, students, and staff, will be supporting legislative recommendations for increased student success in the following areas. The first is workforce development. The second is school staff shortage. We'll also be working on early learning as well as school choice. As I begin going through these in more deliberate fashion, though, I want to make sure that we recognize our legislative liaison, Board Member Cindy Pearson from District 3. This is her second year as the legislative liaison for our school board, and I will tell you she works tirelessly with the Duval delegation, with community members, with business owners, with parents, with advocates to try to build coalitions to make our agenda happen, and I'll give you her contact information later in the presentation so you can be a part of this process. First, we want to make sure we talk about workforce development. In our workforce development, we want to work on items that allow for increased workforce career paths. So we will be supporting legislative efforts to explore potential categorical funding to address the need for market value wages for our career and technical education adjunct teachers in our high-skilled, high-wage fields. There's a simple reality that many of these teachers can earn more in the industry than they can in our classroom, and we need them in our classroom so that they can share and teach their skills to our children. We will also be asking for the legislature to consider funding a statewide grant program for school districts to apply for startup funds to develop programs for high-wage, in-demand jobs, which include pre-apprentice and apprenticeship programs. I will say Dr. Green, our superintendent, is incredibly thoughtful and such a strong leader in the CTE area, but there's a simple reality that the base budget doesn't always allow for her to have the programs and put the programs in place that she would like, and so that the reality is that the grant program would help get that additional funds for startup costs when we need to remodel classrooms and get things off the ground. We also want to really focus on school staff shortage. If you've been in Duval County and Jacksonville, Florida in particular, if you watch the news or read the Times-Union or any other media, there is a simple reality you've seen are issues with staffing shortages. It's a nationwide trend and it's impacted us greatly. So we're going to be supporting legislative efforts to the following. Number one is to change the term of the temporary certification for teachers. We're going to advocate that it move from 3 years to 5 years. Being in a classroom is hard work those first few years, and allowing teachers a couple of extra years to get licensure certification items underway could allow us to retain high quality candidates. We're going to also ask that that the legislature extend Senate Bill 896, which allowed military and veterans to apply for a 5-year temporary teaching certification with 60 hours of credit and to also to include paraprofessionals and those pursuing education majors and minors with 60 hours of college and credit and experience during the statewide critical teacher shortage. So again, just looking at pipelines for which we can develop teachers. And giving measure to the effort that they have in terms of those 60 credit hours. We're going to ask that the legislature also explore pathways to eliminate barriers for the reemployment of high-quality personnel, specifically teachers and support staff that have retired under the Florida retirement system, but maybe they retired and realized, oh, wait, retirement isn't quite what I thought, and I want to go back to work with our district. We want to eliminate any roadblocks for that happening. This one is one that I think many people in Jacksonville will get really, really excited about, and this is the fact that we want to work with our local legislation to provide funding for full-time pre-kindergarten. This would give every family access to a free public high-quality full-time program. The reality is the current program is only a 3-hour-a-day program, and that can be a barrier to our working families. We want to advocate for it to be a full-time program so that all children can access that regardless of their parents working. And additionally, school choice. We know that parents in our community want to utilize school choice, and we're going to support legislative efforts that allow our school district to split funding with Step Up for Students to recover the cost of administrative and clerical supports associated with the Family Empowerment Scholarship Program. We certainly recognize, again, that parents want choice options. We just want to make sure that we cover the costs to administer these programs by the district. So you ask, what do I need to know if I'm excited about some of these platforms, whether it's workforce, whether it's the preschool piece, whether it's the teacher shortage. If you are interested in being a part of this process, the Florida legislative session dates are March 7th through May 5th. The Duval delegation, those that represent us here in Duval County, have already been told about our platform in last week's meeting. In particular, on March 15th through the 17th, Florida School Board's Day in the Legislature will occur. That's where you'll see Board Member Pearson and some of us in Tallahassee roaming and talking to the Duval delegation and other legislators across the state about our platform. And we welcome other people to join us in this effort. If you are interested in joining us in this effort, we want you as a part of our advocacy team. I did double check this with Board Member Pearson ahead of time. We are putting her email address as number one. I'm telling you, when I say this person works hard on it, she truly does. Her email address is listed there. If you would like to be a part of this advocacy process as a parent, as a guardian, as a community member, as a business owner, whatever capacity, she is looking to build coalitions that will help us to make some of these things a reality for the children and parents in our district. We also encourage you to reach out and contact the Duval delegation themselves as well. You can do that through email, through phone, or through written correspondence. And we also encourage you to check out the DCPS School Board Legislative Agenda page, and it's listed there, and those links are live when this gets posted, as well as the advocacy page for the County Council of PTSA. PTA is an incredible partner in this work with us, and they have an advocacy page that includes email addresses for legislatures, as well as dates and things like that. So we ask you to visit that as well. And with that being said, we are going to, well, the last slide went down. So we're going to go to the last slide. At this point, we have a little bit of a celebration to do. So if I could ask Dr. Green and all the board members to step down from the dais, we have a little presentation. And if Mr. Pierce, your team, the mic, or Dr. Krisner. There, we should be on now. So every year, this board votes to bring someone in as leader and as chair of our board. This past year, Daryl Willey, our board member, served in that capacity. And I will tell you, as someone who's followed this district for years and now been on this board as well, I think we can all say that former Chair Willey is probably, one of the best. His advocacy for children remains unparalleled and unmatched. His charisma, his positive spirit is something that brings people together even from opposing views. I will tell you in the end, when I think about Board Member Willey, there's a simple reality that I believe that our school district is a much better place for children as a result of the time he spent as a leader. And with that being said, I'm going to ask if any of our other board members would like to say something as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say, Darryl, you did a great job. Your dedication and caring for children always stood out. That was first and foremost in all you did, and we really appreciate that. We talk about being helpful for all children. You got 3 of them. They miss you. I know you have a little more time to spend with them, but thank you for your leadership and your guidance and the excitement and personality you brought to the chairmanship.
Daryl, it was a pleasure to serve under your leadership, and I especially appreciate your style, which brings people in. It brings the best out of a conversation. It keeps things on track, but in a way that it's not heavy-handed. There's a lot of joy and some levity, but we get all of our business done. And I've just really appreciated serving under you this year.
I think I've told you more than one time, Chair Willey, that I think that you have been one of the best chairs we've had on the board since I've been on the board. I think Board Member Jones would agree as well. I especially appreciated your ability to manage time and run a meeting. You did a really good job, and I just have nothing but good things to say about you, and it's been a privilege to serve with you.
So, Chair Willey, the first time we were elected together 4 years ago, and we went on the FSBA conference, and we did role playing, and he just literally lit up the room. Everybody in the whole FSBA fell in love with Daryl Willey because he's just that kind of personality, and you brought that to the board as well. And I appreciate, number one, your time management, but I also appreciate that when we did not agree on an issue, that you respected that. And so I just, I commend you for that, because there are a lot of people, and we'll see tonight, there's some division, but you kept it moving and you were very respectful, even though I didn't agree with you on every issue. And lastly, I want to say your daughters are the most beautiful, cute, precious little babies I have ever seen. So.
Former Chair Willey, as someone who was sitting in that seat watching you over the last year, I just want to say thank you. I appreciate you, and I'm really looking forward to us working together over the next 4 years.
Chair Willey, it has been indeed a pleasure and my honor to work with you as the chairman. I do want to say you are in the top 4 chairmen that I have worked with. So the other 3 can fight where's 1, 2, 3, 4, but no, you were always willing to listen first and then seek understanding second and then share your view third, which is always a great way to really help people feel comfortable with different points of view, but at the same time, keeping it very professional and letting people feel comfortable with speaking their truths or their understanding about any issue. And I wish you nothing but the best. And I just want to say, again, you're in the top 4.
I think the good news for our community is that while he is finishing up, as I'm wondering what 5 gets, because no, yeah, I'll be in the top 5. That's good. I still got to follow this guy next to me, which is not going to be easy. That being said, that the good news for our community is, though you did leave this year, you still have 4 years on this board, and we know that your advocacy will not stop, because that is not your style. And so, on behalf of the board, we do want to present to you a plaque, Daryl Willey, in appreciation of your dedication and leadership and the improvement of education as chairman of the Duval County School Board 2021-2022. And then I will say, because Daryl Willey's Daryl Willey, we have a card for him, and there's a gift inside that's really more for your daughters than for you, because it's always about them. And so I share that with you as well. And I think we're going to grab a little picture. We got him. And with that, we're going to turn it over to our leader, Dr. Green, to give her presentation for this evening.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Normally, my presentation would be about the happenings in our schools over the last month prior to tonight's board meeting, but because of a situation that has happened in a district that has created a lot of emails and articles, I felt like it was very important to talk about our termination with Jasmine and give some background, talk about how we got to that point and where are we moving forward. So Jasmine started with a contract with the school district under the initial grant from the Centers of Disease Control, the CDC grant partnership. That grant was approved by the board. It was approved in submitting the grant, approved by the board in 2013. That first agreement was from August 2013 through July 31st, 2018. Then the district entered into a second round of the grant partnership, which was funded from August 2018 through July 2023. However, due to the separation, it will end January 2023. There are other partners that work with the school district as related to the CDC grant. We have the University of North Florida Public Health. We have the Department of Health, Duval, Full Service Schools, Jacksonville, and Jasmine. The portion of the grant that was part of the activities related to Jasmine was approximately $45,000 annually. It's important for that number because under board policy, the superintendent has authority to initiate or terminate contracts that are $75,000 and under. So therefore, this grant came under the authority of the superintendent because of the dollar amount, $45,000 annually. For those $45,000, these are the services we receive from Jasmine. Assist with the youth risk behavior survey, data release and dissemination. Assisting in planning and promotion of HIV, STD prevention programming. Support and assist with trainings for teachers. Those trainings were mostly around the all-in support for students. Develop a referral system linking students to care coordination. This is a system for students that have a need for Jasmine services, that we had a format by which those students would be referred for care if needed. and conduct at least one Parent Academy course on LGBTQ plus support, including understanding GSAs in schools. Those are our Gay Straight Alliance clubs that are in our high schools for the most part. We do have a couple of middle schools. So those were the services that Jasmine has been providing to the school district since the inaugural grant dating back to 2013. A few days after Thanksgiving holiday, I received some information that there was a post with pictures, and that post was on the Jasmine Youth Instagram. For us, the youth Instagram refers to students that are at least 13 years old, up to adulthood to 24. So this particular post was inviting individuals to come play a board game, that they would be there until 3, free HIV testing, bus passes, and safe space. When I learned about the post, we did, through Dr. Krisner, reach out to Jasmine. Jasmine issued a statement providing an explanation of the activity to Dr. Krisner. And once exploring that statement and ensuring that we were correct, that this information did come from Jasmine, I personally called the executive director of Jasmine and shared with them that I would be initiating a termination, which under our contract, we must give them a 30-day notice. So I called the executive director to ensure that she heard it from me and that she wasn't just going to receive a letter, and explained why I was terminating the contract. Soon after, a series of emails went out, emails to the board explaining my decision to terminate the contract, an email and certified letter to Jasmine with the similar information that I shared with the board of the termination of the contract. Also, we sent a letter to our principals and our GSA sponsors, ensuring them that yes, although we are terminating this contract, it is our goal to ensure that our GSA clubs are supported, and that this is in no way an indication that we would be changing anything with our GSA clubs. And we're at the point where now we are determining resources and services that we need to maintain that support to our students. This moves awfully quick. So we wanted to make sure that tonight it was imperative that I got 2 points across. Number one, that as a constitutional officer, it is my responsibility to ensure the safety and security of all of our students. And at any point, if there is an event, a situation that could possibly put our students in harm's way, it is my responsibility to take action. Sometimes that action requires me to take it to board approval. Other times, if it is under my authority, I have the authority to make that decision. And that is what happened in this situation. The second thing that I need to be clear, this issue is not about the services that Jasmine provides. Those services will continue to be a community support for our students, because our students and their families know that they can utilize that resource, and that will not stop. The thing that will stop is that the school district will no longer be contracting directly with Jasmine. And as I listed the services, we will have to provide those services or work with the other partners that we have in the grant to pick up any particular service that we feel we can't provide internally, to indicate whether, to see whether our other partners can provide those services. So it is this continued commitment to students and employees. Strengthening the relationships, as I just said, with the other support agencies, the University of North Florida Public Health, full service schools, and Florida Health Department, Duval. We will speak to those 3 organizations to, again, see are there other services that Jasmine was providing that they feel like, well, we can pick that service up, or as a school district, we will determine whether we will pick that up. That is why the executive leadership will meet with GSA sponsors and club members. The executive leadership will be Dr. Krisner, Mr. Snyder, and myself. Will go to each of the club members and sponsors to meet with them. I will let the board know when I have those meetings, so if any one of you would like to attend and those meetings, you will have the dates and times. We want to also let our community know that our students have access to our school-based clinics through partnerships with Duval Health. Those services, the services for HIV testing, pregnancy tests, those tests are still available for our students through our health clinics that are inside of our high schools only. We do not have the school-based clinics in our middle schools. But I felt it was important, one, to share this information with the board and our community at large, that our relationship, though, will be terminated at the end of this month. Our relationship with our students and the support that they need will never stop, and that we will figure out what are the gaps and how do we close those gaps to ensure that all students know that we are here to support them, and that those services that are in that CDC grant will still be provided. Thank you.
All right, thank you, and I appreciate you sharing with the public, as there has been a lot of dialogue on that item. We are now going to move to our public comments. We are now on the first public comment portion of our agenda. The school board welcomes your comments on matters that are before the board for consideration. It is not the board's intent to respond this evening, but to use your input in our deliberations. To give everyone the appropriate respect and courtesy, we ask the audience refrain from audible comments or audible applause throughout this process. When you come to the microphone, please state your name for the record. The board will allocate time for public comment periods based on the number of speakers who filled out speaker cards prior to the designated time. If 1 through 20 speakers have signed up to speak, each will be allotted 3 minutes. If 21 to 40 speakers have signed up to speak, each will be allotted 2 minutes. And if 41 or more speakers have signed up to speak, each will be allotted 1 minute. Tonight we have 102 speakers, so each one, again, no audible noise. Civil discourse is incredibly important. This board wants to hear every comment that is made. We want to hear from the constituency, but we need your cooperation to do so. So each speaker will have 1 minute to speak. When the green light in front of me starts blinking, you will have 1 minute. When the light turns yellow, you will have 30 seconds remaining. When it turns red, the buzzer sounds, your time will be up. If your concerns exceed that time, you may provide written comments to the board. You'll provide them to our counsel, Mr. Poole, at the end of the table. Board policy provides for an orderly and efficient meeting without disruption by words or actions. You are asked to refrain from references to specific individuals and to follow expectations for civil discourse. In an effort to mitigate against the spread of COVID-19, we have placed hand sanitizer and disinfectant wipes at the podium. We ask that each speaker wipe down the microphone and the podium before they address the board. Please remember that speaker cards were only accepted up until 6:20 p.m. As always, we thank you for taking the time to address the board, and we look forward to hearing your comments. And with that, I'll turn it over to Board Member Pearson to get us started.
Thank you. I will call 3 names at a time to get started, and as the first speaker walks away and the second person is walking up, I will call a 3rd name so we always have that 3rd position filled. Does that make sense? Okay. I'm probably not supposed to ask a question. Sorry about that. The first speaker is Melissa Bernhardt. The second is Dr. Carmen Martinez, and the 3rd is Pamela Henry. Please state your name when you start.
Hello, I'm Melissa Bernhardt with County Citizens Defending Freedom. Thank you for severing ties with a nonprofit that clearly has crossed the line. Scrubbing their social media is proof of their guilt. Local organizations and community members have recorded and documented recent and past years of the age-inappropriate content. Nonprofits need to stop influencing, enticing students with sex under the false claim of AIDS prevention. The Duval County Public School website has 18 resources under the CDC-grant. The website states that this is for all students to create safe spaces and environments. I find this not to be true. DCPS is doing a great job providing multiple supportive resources for the LGBTQ community. 5 out of 18 are for that community. There are 0 resources for faith-based students. That being said, LGBTQ goes against many religious faiths. Therefore, the practice of teaching transgenderism or gender identity, as found in example of the recent curriculum, should not be approved. Thank you very much, and I appreciate each and every one of you.
Thank you. Would Mr. Shi please come to the third spot?
Good evening. My name is Dr. Carmen Martinez. I'm here to speak against the sexualization of our children. I applaud the board's removal of Jasmine as an outside group that has a say in our children's education. The idea that the school board hires advisor groups that promote homosexuality is beyond my understanding. I would like to request that the board hire no outside groups of that kind in the future. I cannot understand how people who are supposedly here to protect our children, meaning you, the school board, can even contemplate teaching these sexually inappropriate behaviors to our children. In Deuteronomy, the book in the Old Testament Bible that dictates the laws that will define a successful society, aberrant sexual behavior, the aberrant sexual behavior being taught in our schools
Thank you.
is prohibited.
Next up, Frank DeLong in the third spot.
Madam Chairman, I want to thank you all for
Please
your
state
service.
your name.
Pamela Henry.
Thank you.
Address on file. I want to thank you for your service to the families with students in Duval County. I applaud your effort to take a system that has been totally twisted in the last decade and unravel it for the benefit of our students' education. You made a very good decision to separate yourself from Jasmine as a referral source who had a financial conflict of interest and a humongous conflict of interest with your parents and the parental rights laws and protections instituted by our legislature. This law, the parental rights law, is what the people wanted, written by our legislature and enforced by us, the parents. So on that note, we believe offering resources to students and not directly to parents is breaking that law. So please protect yourselves and follow that law. Do due diligence to sever ties with all outside agencies that deal directly with the student without the parents choosing the involvement of their children first. With that said, you will also be voting no on this current suggested curriculum because a no vote is the only option to stay within
Thank
the
you.
law and your oath of office. Thank you.
Next up is Chaplain Jerry Woodham.
Hey, my name is Chen Xin Xu, and my wife and I are parents living in Duval, and I'm here to respectfully urge you to vote no to the proposed supplemental health curriculum and keep breaking tie with Jasmine. So as parents, my wife and I are very concerned about this proposed curriculum. And our first child was educated back in Chicago, and she break our parents' heart a lot. And not that bad, but she's very successful in her profession. But we have a second child. We don't want him to get lost. And I have a lot of friends and who are also parents voice the same concerns about this proposed curriculum. So again, please vote no. And I hope my voice is loud. If not loud enough, I will keep communicating with you guys and a lot of parents that are our friends with this issue. Thank you.
Thank you.
God bless you.
Next up is Kathleen Murray.
Frank DeLong, Chairman, IBW 177. What is a lie? Webster's dictionary defines a lie as something known or believed by the speaker to be untrue with the intent to deceive. On November the 16th, in a meeting with an attorney who represents the district, went on record and stated that board members lie and that some board members don't even attend the shade meetings. Now, this is very concerning that taxpayers who vote for these services are not being rendered. So is this why special projects get passed, why maintenance budgets get cut, why more contractors get hired, why we have a half-cent sales tax to pay for things like AstroTurf instead of going into the schools, why we paid $5,000 for a desk? Was this the reason for a $25,000 raise? That's $12 an hour. The blue-collar worker may get a 75-cent an hour raise. The millage rate was sold to us that we would help them, and we supported it when y'all came to us to sell this idea. We asked for the breakdown of the $61,350,000 several times. We keep getting the same pie chart. It now appears that we got short end of that stick.
Next up, Janina Perez.
Hi. Good evening. Thank you for listening to us. I'm Chaplain Jerry Woodham. Children are a heritage from the Lord, an offspring as a reward from Him. So we must allow the parents to teach our children about sexual things and not the schools. We learned this week about the pornographic games that were on social media, and I commend Dr. Green and the school board to stop this contract. Jasmine has a political agenda and is doing harm. When did it become okay to let teenagers make life-altering decisions in the heat of the moment? I have reviewed the curriculum and feel that it is not impartial and leans towards supporting the LGBT agenda without all the facts about the harm of puberty blockers and surgeries. So please consider not voting for this curriculum. Thank you, and have a good night. God bless.
Thank you. Next up, Sherry Goddard.
Good evening. My name is Kathleen Murray. As the director for CCDF Duval, I would like to thank the board for the leadership shown in severing ties with Jasmine. The statement on their website is replete with untruths, such as denying that minors engaged in, quote, explicit card games. Unfortunately for Jasmine, these activities and others, far worse, live in the social media posts of minors who celebrated these games on Instagram. These types of activities are indicative of an organization that should not receive any public funds, especially from a school district. With respect to the supplemental health curriculum, CCDF Duval respectfully requests delaying its approval due to numerous violations of Florida Statutes 1006.283 and 1003.46 and DCPS Curriculum Policy Chapter 4. The assertion that not approving this curriculum will make DCPS not in compliance with Florida education statutes is false, as there is no Florida statute requiring the inclusion of LGBTQ instruction. Thank you very much for your service to the community of Duval. We do greatly appreciate what you are doing in terms of your time and your leadership. Thank you.
Next up, Michelle Tipton.
Good evening, Duval County School Board. I'm Nina Perez, a Duval County resident, a mom, and a director at momsrising.org. Moms Rising is a grassroots organization with families across the state of Florida and here in Duval County who I'm honored to represent tonight, including the over 100 parents and families who emailed each member of the school board this week urging the school board to vote yes and move forward on the proposed sexual health curriculum without delay. This is important because so often families who can't make it in person because they have sick children or are working to support their families are rarely heard, and it's critical that they be heard today as well. We're disappointed to hear about the critical LGBTQ supports that are in flux, especially without the supplemental supports already in place. I've heard many students and parents speak in support of this program, and I urge the board that as you evaluate future supports for LGBTQ plus students, that you have transparency in the process and work directly with LGBTQ families and community leaders in that process as disproportionately impacted communities. And we are also here to say that we're really concerned about the essentially book bans that are happening in our community that are delayed in administrative process and urge transparency in that process as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, Katie Hathaway.
Good evening. My name is Sherry Goddard. First, I would like to thank you for canceling the contract with Jasmine. After seeing some of what they've done with children, I believe this is a step in the right direction. I do a lot of research regarding child exploitation, and I'm very concerned about our current culture. I am shocked and appalled about the massive amount of available inappropriate sexual material for children, whether it be online, in social media, public libraries, school clubs, and even the school curriculum. It is clear the enemy is coming for our children. They are born innocent until compromised, and it is adults who are responsible for protecting children's innocence. In my opinion, we've done a pretty poor job of this as a society, and we have to do better. Just a reminder, Jesus said in Mark 9:42, if anyone causes one of these little ones, those who believe in me, to stumble, it would be better for them if a large millstone were hung around their neck and they were thrown into the sea. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Erica Diamore.
Good evening. Michelle Tipton. I thank you very, very much for severing ties with Jasmine. In reviewing the high school Hope curriculum, I wanted to bring to your attention on page 5, under Influences of Human Sexuality, it states, what's more, the information you receive about sexuality, whether online, from a friend, or from a parent, is sometimes incorrect or inaccurate. You'll get better information if you seek out knowledgeable adults, such as school counselors. I find this horrifying and directly violating the Florida State Statutes 1014, 2, 3, and 4. This is just the beginning of the Hope curriculum that I'm asking you all to consider to vote no on this evening. Jasmine has been referred to in many, many of the last school board meetings as administrative, supervisors. This is concerning to me, and I think that their guidance is inappropriate. Thank you.
Next up, Alex Ingram.
Good evening. My name is Katie Hathaway, and I'm a mom of 2 DCPS students. I am concerned our district is making reactionary and impulsive decisions based on a vocal minority that doesn't reflect the diverse population of our district. These decisions have real repercussions for our youth in Duval County, starting with thousands of students not receiving comprehensive health education this semester, including my 8th grader. The review process of our sex ed curriculum has taken far too long, and you must implement the state-approved supplemental curriculum on the agenda tonight. Second, pulling books for a review with no transparent process is a book ban. Bring back the Essential Voices collection, which was purchased with $3 million of taxpayer money to be in our classrooms. This is an infringement on the parental rights of all children in our classrooms, and students need access to award-winning literature to expand their love of reading. Lastly, I stand with Jasmine. This nonprofit has been a pillar and life-saving resource in Jacksonville for decades. Our LGBTQ youth are all of our children. Love them, respect them, protect them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Joseph Gacken.
Hello, America Demore. And since I've been joining these meetings since June, you have removed safe space stickers allowing more bullying. You have ruined and removed a sex ed curriculum that was inclusive, and then now you've broken a 20-year relationship with a amazing nonprofit organization that's done nothing but help over cartoon phalluses. So apparently you've never looked at the ledger of any 13-year-old's notebook, because I'm sure you'll find plenty of them.
Again, we're doing great. Please stay with us, and let's not have the audible reactions. Will you give them 5 seconds more on the clock for interrupting? Thank you.
So I am here to say yes, support the new sex ed curriculum that is inclusive. That is very important. Please return and reinstate your contract with Jasmine. They've done nothing but amazing work for this community, and they've helped me out a great deal. And then also bring back the Essential Voices collection. There's no reason to ban it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Madeline Acosta.
My name is Alex Ingram. I am an employee of the Duval County Public Schools. I teach social studies at Sandalwood. These statements are my own and do not reflect the board, even if they should. Let me just be clear about this. My hope is that this is out of character for Dr. Green. She made a decision in absolute shadow and did not consult with the general public or the board. And you, the board, should admonish that. That is unacceptable behavior. Full stop. Full stop. Second, I want to be clear. We have partisan attacks going on against our public school teachers. Every single time a teacher is insulted, you should stop that speaker. Every single time a teacher is baselessly called a groomer or a pedophile or any other sort of terms, you should absolutely stop that instantly. And I want to be real clear. Because of the partisan attacks against Amy Donofrio, because of the partisan attacks against Christina Kittle, I am hereby giving my resignation to this board today. I will not be part of this bigoted organization.
Again, ladies and
I will not be part of a bigoted organization that marginalizes step by step our most vulnerable kids in the middle of a housing crisis. What is wrong with you?
Thank you.
ladies and gentlemen, I do not want to end up in a situation where I have to clear the room and whatnot. We have had many meetings in this auditorium. We work together and collectively to hear everyone's viewpoints, even if you don't agree with it. Our board members want to hear from everyone, just like you don't want to be interrupted when you speak. Please don't interrupt others. Thank you.
Next up, Venus Hicks.
My name is Joseph Gaskin. First off, just to make it clear, I support comprehensive sex education curriculum and inclusive classroom policies. I'm a children's librarian here in Jacksonville, as well as a graduate of DCPS, and I have committed my professional life to hopefully being a positive influence to inspire and encourage lifelong learning for our youth. That being said, we have created schools to teach the most up-to-date, factual, and effective information available. And just like chemistry and engineering, sexuality is a science and should be taught by professionals that both understand its complexities and can teach it in an effective way. Abstinence-only education has been proven time and time again to exacerbate the issues of unwanted pregnancy and the spread of sexually transmitted diseases and infections. We need comprehensive sex education for our youth, including LGBTQ youth. We also need organizations like Jasmine to help create inclusive, safe spaces in schools so that all of the students in Duval County feel supported and encouraged to be themselves, when quite possibly they have no other space to feel that support. I ask that the school board support comprehensive reproductive and sexual education in Duval County, and please help the students of Duval County thrive in an amazing way. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Cindy Watson. Make sure to state your name.
Hi, my name is Madeline Acosta. I am a trans, non-binary IB senior at Paxton School for the Advanced Studies, and I'm also the president of our school's Gender and Sexuality Alliance. First, I'd like to say that teaching abstinence in schools does not work, and as a high school student, I can attest to that. Therefore, comprehensive sex education, especially with the focus on LGBTQIA+ students, is extremely important as the transmission of STDs is higher amongst LGBTQIA+ individuals. Additionally, I have been attending Jasmine programming for 3 years, and I can say that with all of the resources provided to me and many activities I have been involved in because of Jasmine, despite Dr. Green's statement that this agreement in no way impairs DCPS's continued commitment to all students, the agreement cancellation between DCPS and Jasmine is inherently malicious towards LGBTQIA+ students. Thank you very much. Please come have a conversation with me.
Thank you. Next up is Lori Shad. Please state your name.
Hi, my name is Venus Hicks. I'm a non-binary student, IB student at Paxton School for Advanced Studies and the GSA Vice President. To protect the students of DCPS should be imperative for the school board and Dr. Green as a whole, and the termination with Jasmine and not providing adequate sexual education for LGBTQ individuals as well as comprehensively giving in-depth sex education would benefit students of our county greatly. Our generation is your next future and our next future as a whole. So teaching us to be healthy, to love and accept ourselves should be paramount. To putting us in positions in happy environments to make sure that we can be ourselves should be the most important things that your generation should do for ours.
Thank you. Next up is Sandy Bond.
Good evening. I'm Cindy Watson, CEO of Jasmine. I want to speak to the presence of the photo published on our youth-facing social media account that depicted the cartoon images of male genitalia. Now, you should know we provide a variety of services for teens and also for young adults. The images associated with the adult card game were used in a program for young adults to destigmatize HIV testing and promote proper condom use and sexual safety. Be clear, these activities were never used with minors. Once alerted to the social media posting, Jasmine immediately removed the images and set in place a more stringent social media protocol to ensure that our media is suitable for all age groups. We at Jasmine regret any unease our administrative oversight may have caused our community and DCPS, and the shadow it may have cast over our work with LGBT teens and young adults. That work includes HIV prevention, mental health and well-being, housing support for homeless youth, and student programs.
Thank you. You can submit written if you like. Next up, Kathleen Pereira.
Hi, my name is Lori Shad. I'm a mother of two, and I'm a Jacksonville native. The last time I spoke in this room was 32 years ago or so. I was 16, and I was opposing Teen Aid, a horribly inaccurate sex ed curriculum that was finally removed from the classroom after lawsuits from families. Today, I'm excited to be here to support the curriculum that is before you. It's so important these days, in these days of overwhelming quantity of accessible information, that our young people have access to an evidence-based sexual health curriculum. Switching gears a bit, these days I have the sweetest and most wholesome job in the world. I'm an international board certified lactation consultant, teaching and supporting families who wish to nurture and nourish their babies by providing breast milk. As a health professional, I use games, images from art and pop culture, and even cartoons, many of them humorous, in order to engage my clients and provide them health information.
Next up, Carlos Pereira. Sandy Bond, come forward and state your name.
Sandy Bond, and I am the mother of 3 children and 2 stepchildren. My stepson is 55. He came out as gay to us when he was 25. He's been with his partner for 30 years. And I anguish when I think of what his childhood probably was like without being able to say what he was or if he even knew in that era. My cousin committed suicide in 2004. He was 55. He had AIDS, and his father never accepted him. I've been on the board of Jasmine for 7 years. It is one of the most awesome organizations that I've ever seen. I met Nelson Mandela many years ago. He was awesome, and Cindy Watson is the #2 most awesome person in my life. And I am very upset that you have severed ties with Jasmine, because it is an amazing, loving, caring organization. And I just hope you reconsider that decision. And Cindy Watson is my
Thank you. Next up, Sean Finn.
Kathleen Pereira. I reviewed the sex ed materials available online for middle schoolers. I was very disappointed with the fact that even after I tried multiple times, the chapter dealing with dating, relationships, and abstinence was not available on the website for review. Neither was it mentioned much in the other materials. So I wonder if abstinence will even be mentioned by, much less stressed throughout this curriculum. Also, I was particularly concerned about the hands-on health activity in the students' booklets entitled I Choose to Be STD-Free, which made a game out of STD. These examples are not nitpicking. They are merely examples of the best ways to encourage children to become sexually active, and that is to treat sex as no big deal or just another choice you make, like which dessert to eat tonight. Stop sexualizing our children, robbing them of their innocence with curriculum like this and with proven deviant groups like Jasmine. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I have the bacteria here for the board.
You can give it to our attorney. Next up, Dr. Jennifer Cowart. And please state your name.
My name is Carlos Pereira. I'm trying to clean the microphone. Thank you very much for having gotten rid of the Jasmine program. Thank you to the superintendent, but it doesn't go nearly far enough. The whole enterprise of sex education has been a big lie since the beginning. It has done none of the things that it claimed to do, and pretty much from the 1960s, from the early 1960s on, it's been the same promise. there's a real problem out there with irresponsible sexual activity by teenagers and young adults, and something has to be done about it. And guess what? It just keeps getting worse and worse. The more that sex education gets pushed in schools, the worse it gets. We've gone from 4% illegitimacy rate in 1962 to 40% right now. And STDs have increased proportionately, mostly among homosexuals, as a matter of fact.
Thank you.
All right.
Next up, Justin Kugler.
Sean Finn, educator for DCPS. I also want to say, as an educator, I've seen the hardships that many students face, and their identity is no exception. DCPS tells the world that they stand with our students and community, but I've seen firsthand that DCPS picks and chooses who they stand with. The LGBTQ plus community is often picked last, which is what brings me here today. I won't talk about the countless adults who work in the school system who make homophobic statements about the students they teach. I won't talk about the lack of resources that the schools provide for the LGBTQ plus community as a whole. I won't even talk about the discomfort I have had as an educator who identifies as pansexual, because I quite simply do not have the time. I have a hard time believing that the 3 organizations in a district with no specialization in these matters will be able to adequately support the community and fill the hole you are leaving. I stand with Jasmine. Vote yes to the sex education supplemental health curriculum. Bring back the Voices of Collection books, and don't turn your back on the students of Duval County who identify as LGBTQ+, and forget who keeps you in those seats. Those are the students. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Eleanor Wilson.
Dr. Jennifer Coward. I have 3 statements for the board tonight. First, I thank you for a yes vote on the comprehensive evidence-based sex ed curriculum. Such curriculum has been shown to delay the onset of sexual encounters, which I think we can all agree is a great thing, reduces pregnancy rates, reduces STI rates. I have been here many times, and I have said the same things, and I'm delighted to ask you for a yes vote tonight. I stand with the Jasmine organization and the great work they do for marginalized and vulnerable students. And I have a letter to submit to the board on opposing the shadow banning of the Essential Voices book collection. We submitted this letter to the board via email earlier today, and I have a paper copy here. We also have 2 authors whose works are represented in this collection who are here tonight to tell you why their works are so important, and to ask you to please allow these diverse books to be placed back into classrooms as supplemental materials for students to read on their own time, not as part of classroom instruction, but as part of a literacy improvement and $3 million investment in our students to increase our literacy rates. Thank you and have a good evening.
Thank you. Next up, Chris Kiernan.
Hello, my name is Justin Kugler. As a parent of 2 DCPS students and the son of a lesbian couple, I must ask that you respect my parental rights as well. I want my children to have a comprehensive sex education better than what I received as a young student in Central Arkansas 30 years ago. I must ask that you reinstate the Essential Voices collection so that every student in our school can see themselves represented in the books that are provided to them. And yes, I must ask that you reinstate the Jasmine contract, because there is no other organization in the city that is able to provide the services and community support that they do. Thank you.
Next up, Paige Parks, Matt Hartley, and Wells Todd. Do we have any people in an overflow area?
No, communications works to ensure that they come in as that happens. Mr. Pierce walks back and forth, so they'll come in as that occurs.
So it looks like we have no Paige Parks, Matt
I
Hartley.
do see Mr. Todd coming in.
Okay, Wells Todd, and then after that, Lori Crunden.
I believe we have Mr. Hartley now.
Yes.
Matt Hartley. I'm a Duval Schools parent of 2 middle schoolers, and I'm here to ask you to vote yes on the comprehensive sex education. I'm here to ask you to reinstate the essential collection, and I'm here to urge you to reinstate the district's relationship with Jasmine. I'm a proud parent of a student involved in a GSA. I'm so grateful to the teacher who supports her and to Jasmine, who has showed up for them to assist in creating a warm, safe space for all students in the GSA. That's Jasmine's legacy, and I thank them for it. They are the experts, And more than that, they're friends to this district. How should we treat friends when a difficult situation emerges? This is no time to be divided by bad faith actors who swoop in to fan the flames of anti-LGBTQ prejudice. Do not let them set the agenda. So school board and superintendent, I'm asking you, for the sake of our LGBTQ youth, to reestablish trust, to rebuild this relationship. I know Jasmine will do that. Will you? Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Michelle Matasu.
My name is Wells Todd. My address is on file. The right-wing extremist fundamentalist groups began infiltrating public school boards back in the 1980s. Their goal then, as it is now, was to destabilize public education. The goal is to end public education as we know it. They are funded by organizations like the American Legislative Exchange Council, better known as ALEC. It is up to the school board that exists here in Jacksonville, in this room tonight, to say no more to the attacks on our children and begin to fight back. Many of those people are the same people who are defending Confederate statues that celebrate white supremacy in this town. They are the same people who would rather see a woman die than allow her to have an abortion. Stand up and fight back.
Thank you. Next up, Connor Matasu.
Good evening. My name is Lori Crunden, and first of all, I would like to thank the superintendent for severing all ties with Jasmine. It is quite apparent that the only people that were benefiting from Jasmine were the board members of Jasmine. Students were clearly not receiving healthy benefits from this organization, as can be seen from their social media posts. So thank you. I would also like to speak out against the health curriculum that is on the agenda to be voted on this evening. I was able to review a good portion of it, and there were hundreds of red flags. If I had more than 60 seconds to speak, I could give more detailed info, but instead I'll share something I found disappointing and really just one of hundreds of reasons to vote no on the supplemental health curriculum. And the HOPE curriculum, which is I'm sure you're aware is for high school children, it mentions marriage 4 times, abstinence 5 times, and heterosexual 6 times. On the other hand, LGBTQ plus related items were mentioned 111 times, and terms with sex and intercourse in them mentioned 329 times. Please keep this curriculum out of our schools.
Next up, Alonia Wilson.
Hello, I'm Michelle Matasu, address on file. Dr. Green, I just want to thank you for your bold stand and doing
Please
something
refrain
that-
from addressing
Oh, okay.
individuals
I
on the board and add 5 seconds,
Okay,
please.
thank you. I'm thankful that it was removed. I also want to discuss something that happened. I mentioned it last month. I have a family member who is at Douglas Anderson, and that was the student I was telling you about, that they were in the cafeteria, and they were told they could come up front, get a piece of candy as long as they said, "I'm gay," and then they received a rainbow sticker. And I thought that those were not allowed in schools. So if we're gonna marginalize, we're only gonna have safe spaces for people in the LGBT community. What happens to the kids that feel differently? Are they allowed the same safe space? I don't think a child should have to say, "I'm gay," to come get a piece of candy in a public school. This is very highly inappropriate. And I also was going through some of the articles, and on Jasmine's site, they had Dick Match, which is the different illustrations of penises and scrotums for teenagers as young as 13. And August 21 features graphic reads, "All the sex can be, and so much more," with dozens of terms like including bondage and so forth.
And I will remind the audience, in accordance with School Board Rule 2.26, please refrain from personal attacks, abusive comments, profanity, directing comments or questions to persons other than the chair, obscene, vulgar language or gestures, shouting, speaking on matters not pertaining to the board or DCPS. And also, please remember that we do have students in the audience and students who watch this broadcast as well. Next up, David Clapp. I'm sorry, I can't read the rest of it. Okay. Oh, pronouns. Okay.
My name is Connor Matasu. My address is on file. Thank you for being here this evening. As an educator here in Duval County,
It is concerning that we are entertaining the conversation as to the extent which modern educators are allowed to sexualize and recruit children in today's schools without parental consent and without their knowledge, which violates statutes for the age of consent at 18 years old. By allowing this curriculum, it is like taking the heart out of a child and then demand that the rest of the body continue to function. By teaching them they can be whatever they want, that they can change it whenever they please, we wonder why there is so much confusion, depression, and suicide in our community. They know longer who they are and what is real. The deeper issue here is not a matter of sexual education, but of identity, and that solely belongs inside the home. Only basic biology and reproductive health has bearing in public education. So please consider not voting for this comprehensive sexual curriculum. Thank you for your time, service, and consideration.
Thank you. Next up, Dawn Clapp.
Good evening. My name is Alonia Wilson. Last year I attended the DCPS meeting in regards to the dress code, and I am here to speak again about the recent separation with Jasmine. When I was in the 7th grade, I was forced to speak about male genitalia in front of my 7th grade class. My classmates proceeded to laugh at me, and so did my teacher. And I, as a pansexual girl, I am hurt by your recent decision. We as queer people want to love who we want to love. And you are taking away the vital acceptance we need as youth. You have made lackluster decisions before, like your mental health post during Black History Month and the dress code protest, once again, that you swept underneath the rug. You have stopped advertising posters in your schools for queer youth. You have once again formed another decision that has greatly affected your students, and I would once again like you to please rethink your decision. Your students are hurting genuinely based on your decision, and I, as a student that is a part of your school, am asking you kindly to please change.
Thank you. Next up, Ashley Michaelis.
David Clapp. I have two daughters, one in Duval County Public Schools, one identifies as trans, one is lesbian. We've taken advantage and have received a lot of support from Jasmine, especially their family nights, so that I can learn from other families how to negotiate this new landscape. But I really want to speak from being a Duval County public school teacher, a high school teacher here for 10 years. I taught AP World History, so I think of myself as a little bit of a knowledgeable resource on this. So two things to remind you of. One, on May 10th, 1933, it was the first Nazi book burning. It was conducted outside of the Institute for Sexual Research because the homosexual and transsexual ideas were deemed to be antithetical to German values and culture. I also want to remind you that the vast majority of card-carrying members of the Nazi Party were good German people. They were kind to their neighbors, they were generous, they paid their taxes, but even at best, their complicity allowed the murder of millions. So the only thing I would add was...
Thank you. Next up, Gamble Scott, followed by William Zachary Addison.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Dawn Clapp. I am a mother of two at Duval County Public Schools. As my husband stated, one's lesbian, one is trans, and we're proud to have received services through Jasmine. In addition, I founded a nonprofit that partners with Jasmine by bringing in yoga classes weekly as an additive of just ways for youth to deal with some of the stress that they're receiving in their community all the time. In my experience as a parent, last Tuesday, I was in a meeting, family night, receiving support on how to provide mental health services and being able to identify depression in my children and creating safety plans should that be needed. This is a resource that's invaluable to us.
Thank you.
We hope that you reinstate. Thank you.
Next up, Alyssa Barr.
My name is Ashley Michaelis. I am speaking today as a concerned citizen, a medical professional, and a mother of a young child. A recent independent research report by Just Like Us found that LGBTQ students are twice as likely to have been bullied, and 91% have heard negative language about being LGBTQ. in the past year. The 2019 GLSEN Climate Survey found that 86% of LGBTQ+ students reported being harassed or assaulted at school. These researchers found that students in schools with strong, positive messaging around being LGBTQ+ were less likely to experience suicidal thoughts and feelings. Research shows us that positive LGBTQ+ messaging in schools is linked to improved mental health for all students and decreased suicidal thoughts and feelings, regardless of whether the student is LGBTQ+ or not. This positive messaging in schools includes having access to positive, affirming, and inclusive reading material and comprehensive sex education. It is an attempt to make certain adults more comfortable, and it teaches the children that they do not.
Thank you.
Hi, Gamble Scott. I am asking the board to vote yes for the comprehensive sex ed curriculum. It is evidence-based and it is shown to reduce teen pregnancy and STI and HIV rates. Abstinence-only education does not work. It is statistically proven. These supplementals are state-approved and meet our Florida state standards. So again, I'm asking you to please vote yes on that. And I'm also asking the district to give us a transparent timeline on when we're going to be getting the $3 million Essential Voices collection of books back onto the shelves. Representation matters for our students, and if we want to increase those literacy rates, and kids want to be able to see themselves in these books, they're going to get excited about reading. We need to get these books back in the classroom. So all of our kids are going to be excited about reading, and our taxpayer dollars are getting put to good use. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next up, Katrine Lukens-Bull.
My name is William Zachary Addison. I urge you to vote yes on the comprehensive sex education curriculum. I oppose banning the Essential Voices books in schools, and I stand in support of Jasmine, which I've supported financially for over a decade. Several of my coworkers have come to me over the last few years asking how to best support their LGBT children, and I've recommended the programs of Jasmine, and those parents have reported back to me that those programs are very valuable to their children and to them as parents. During my senior year of high school, I thought of committing suicide every day for 2 months through the holidays because I knew I was gay but was totally isolated. I, like many of my straight peers at school, had access to no useful comprehensive sex education or sex materials at school, and my parents never had any discussion with me or my 4 siblings prior to us reaching adulthood. A sex education curriculum and the programs like Jasmine would have greatly helped me to not feel isolated. Instead, in my desperation for acceptance and support, I came out to my high school English teacher.
Thank you. Next up, Aubrey Barr.
Hi, Alyssa Barr, Duval resident, professor, and parent. Please support our comprehensive supplemental sex ed materials. Last month, Duval residents participated in a countywide study assessing support for sex ed. This was conducted by the Public Opinion Research Lab at UNF. This lab is an independent, nonpartisan research center. I'm leaving a fact sheet for you that has highlights of findings on the front and describes the detailed research process on the back. This study included a random and representative sample of 605 of our Duval adults. It found that 80% of our Duval residents support teaching both abstinence and birth control in our schools. The majority also support teaching all topics in Duval middle and high schools. Topics include abstinence, birth control, condoms, gender, sexual orientation, STDs, HIV, dealing with pressure, and how to talk to parents. Sex ed, as we know, reduces teen dating violence. It has been proven. It reduces sexual assault, and it protects all of our kids from adult predators. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Ellie Porter.
Hello, my name is Katrine Lukens-Bull, and I brought you data because I'm a professor of public health and work in the field of epidemiology. I know you all hopefully have received a letter that I would just like to state is in support of the comprehensive sexual health education curriculum that is proposed from both the medical director of Partnership for Child Health, the president of the Northeast Florida Pediatric Society, and the chair of the Population Health Consortium of Northeast Florida, all medical providers in our community. I've also brought you data to remind you that the decisions you make are for 165,000 students, along with the data from the Florida Department of Health website where you can find it, that shows the need that we have, both from suicide rates to sexually transmitted diseases. So stand with Jeff.
Thank you. Next up, Jesse Hill.
My name is Aubrey Barr, and I'm a senior in high school. As a student, I urge you to please support sex ed in our schools. Daily, I see how little information teens really know about this important topic. Some teens have very supportive parents that can talk with them. However, other teens do not. Sex ed protects all of us, whether we are sexually active or not. Through social media and music, we are introduced at an early age to the idea that sex is a risk-free act that everyone is doing. The life-changing consequences of unsafe sex are unfamiliar to many teens until they experience them firsthand. By then, it's too late. Sex ed, on the other hand, presents the reality, the real risks and information that protects us before we have to learn the hard way about the negative consequences. For example, that could be an unplanned pregnancy or an STD. Knowledge is power. With more factual information, we can make informed decisions that affect us now and safeguard our futures. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Stephanie Levine.
My name's Ellie Porter. I'm a student at UNF. Comprehensive sex education in the classroom is imperative to the health and well-being of young people. It teaches a crucial topic called consent. It teaches students how to recognize abuse and how to have respect for their own bodies as well as other people's. Assuming parents and educators want their kids to be happy and healthy as possible, one would hope that that would be true even if those adolescents aren't managing to conform to the standards of behavior that adults would consider ideal. Sex education allows young people to stay both happy and healthy. Nothing about comprehensive sex education prevents parents from teaching their kids their standards for moral behavior. If anything, having them learn the facts at school frees parents to focus on explaining their own religious beliefs and behavioral expectations themselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Monica Gold.
Hi, the board. My name is Jesse Hill. I'm a concerned resident of Duval County. It seems like every day we hear yet another news story about bullying or outright direct violence against the LGBTQ plus community, whether it's literal Nazis protesting an event or a mass shooting at a gay club or whatever other despicable deed. This community is already the target for so much ignorance and hatred, and it's coming under attack more and more. It's a very vulnerable community. They need support. They need robust services. They need continued increased education. To cancel the contract with Jasmine right now based on questionable information from individuals with an anti-LGBTQ plus agenda is nothing short of negligent. It is a grievous misstep. I implore the board, do the right thing for these at-risk students. Let Jasmine continue doing the good work that they do for this group of students that already have an uphill battle in this era of increasing bigotry.
Thank you. Is Monica Gold in the queue? Okay, I'm going to call two more names. Joey Marmo and Andrew Austin.
Hi, my name's Stephanie Levine. I think that you should listen to the people who are the experts, the people more involved than I am, who've spoken before, and support, vote yes for the sex ed curriculum that's inclusive, to oppose the Jasmine contract canceling, and to get those Essential Voices books back on the shelves. I also want to publicly appreciate our DCPS teachers, particularly the Coalition of Rank and File Educators, who on top of teaching our county's kids also organize outside the classroom to improve their educational environment, even as they are under-resourced and increasingly under attack by a reactionary minority. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you Joey Marmo? Okay, I'm going to call two more names. Andrew Austin. No. Stephanie Battens Kinnaman and Debbie Bird. Mr. Marmo, you may step forward.
My name is Joey Marmo, and I identify as an overtaxed Duval County taxpayer.
Again, you guys, y'all have been great. We have been doing so wonderful with civil discourse. I get it, but if you'll help us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Woe unto them that call evil good and good evil, that put darkness for light and light for darkness, that put bitter for sweet and sweet for bitter. Isaiah 5:20. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth, Genesis 1:1. So God created man in his image, in his own image. In the image of God created he him. Male and female created he him. Genesis 1:27. Be sober, be vigilant, because your adversary the devil, as a roaring lion, walketh about seeking whom he may devour. 1 Peter 5:8. You belong to your father the devil, and you want to carry out your father's desires. He was a murderer from the beginning, not holding to the truth, for there is no truth in him. When he lies, he speaks his native language, for he is a liar and the father of lies. John 8:4.
Thank you.
Jesus loves you, and I love you. Thank you.
Next up, Helen Heath. I have Stefan, followed by Debbie, followed by Helen.
Good evening. My name is Stefan Bettens-Kidman. I support a yes vote for the sex ed curriculum. I'm asking the school board to vote yes on the health supplemental sex ed curriculum. This type of science education reduces teen pregnancy, STI, HIV rates while keeping students safe. We want this education in place in 2022-23. I oppose the Jasmine contract canceling. I stand in support of Jasmine organization, the work to keep LGBTQ plus youth safe from abuse, homelessness, and STIs and HIV. Their work to support gay straight alliance groups was important to Duval County students, and removing this contract removes important resources from vulnerable youth. I also oppose the Essential Voices collection books banning. I am asking the DCPS to give a transparent and accountable timeline for getting the $3 million Essential Voices collection of books back onto shelves. These important books were purchased to improve literacy rates and to provide a supplemental resource to students of all backgrounds. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up, Leon Bing.
Hi, my name is Debbie Bird. My statement is related to my religious rights. I was once told, if you want to hear God speak, read the Bible out loud. These are God's words, not mine, intended for you to hear. Matthew 18:6, if anyone causes one of these little ones, those who believe in me, to stumble, it would be better for them to have a large millstone hung around their neck and be drowned in the depths of the sea. One day, everyone will have to answer for the decisions they make. I ask that you do what's right in God's eyes. I thank you for canceling Jasmine, and please stay in your lane. Merry Christmas.
Thank you. Next up, Linda Sue Park.
I'm Helen Heath, and I've been personally affected by your failure to provide adequate education on subjects needed for young Americans to succeed, and for your interference with our personal and private sexual life. Instead of educating students on important matters to ground themselves as Americans and with our rich heritage, such as our Constitution and simple mathematics, to learn how to count and make change and balance a bank book, you have been led astray to think that methods for sexual play is more important than an education that grounds students with a heritage like no other in the world. Your goal should be to educate, to instill pride, discipline, and knowledge on the basic civic needs that focus on and do not focus on special interest groups. I encourage you to get back on track, stop your favoritism with groups that do not represent me.
Thank you. Next up, Ami Polonsky.
Good evening. My name is Pastor Leon Bing, pastor of a local church in Jacksonville, Florida. First, I want to say that for the board, monthly, we're praying for each and every one of you. I want you to also consider voting no, not out of hatred, but stand on truth. You know what's in your heart, vote according to what's in your heart. We love our children. I know you love all the kids. But we have to stand on truth. And my prayer is that you do exactly that. It was already said, but I'm going to say it in a way. Go on to them they call evil good and good evil. Don't let that curse be upon you. Watch your vote. Your decision is important. God bless each and every one of you.
Thank you. Next up, Ellen O.
Hello, my name is Linda Sue Park, and I'm an author of more than 30 books for young readers, including a book called A Single Shard, which was awarded the 2002 Newbery Medal. Another of my books, called Nia's Long Walk, is in the Essential Voices collection that has been pulled from the Duval County K-5 library shelves. This book was requested by educators as a companion, an age-appropriate companion, to my most well-known book, A Long Walk to Water, which is used in hundreds of schools all over the country, including many schools in Florida. It has won awards from the American Library Association, from the National Council on Social Studies, and the Essential Voices collection of books has been vetted by education, curriculum, and literacy experts who care deeply about children, including your children here in Duval County. Please reinstate the collection.
Next up, Angela Mann.
I'm Amy Polanski, the author of Gracefully Grayson, a gentle story about a trans girl that's currently in storage, and a middle school educator. I understand the power that schools and books have to change lives. I wrote Gracefully Grayson because I was worried about the mental health repercussions of trans kids not being reflected in books. Trans kids are at incredible risk, mental health-wise, but supportive teachers improve their self-esteem. LGBTQ books can save kids' lives, and to know this but still refuse to take them out of storage is nonsensical. It's immoral. Some constituents may not want their particular child to read a certain book. These parents can simply request that the child not be allowed to take that book out of their classroom library. I'm sure the teachers will oblige. A parenting perspective cannot outweigh a national mental health crisis among trans children. To the LGBTQ students in Duval County, we're fighting for you. If you need books that reflect you, email me. I'll send you my books. I'll send you books by trans authors. Let's get these books back onto classroom library shelves. Books save lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Josh Nathanson.
Good evening. My name is Ellen O. I am an author, and I'm also CEO and founding member of We Need Diverse Books, a nonprofit organization that believes that, yes, books actually save lives. We Need Diverse Books and PEN America and most of the authors affected by the pulling of the the Essential Voices collection have all signed a letter. I have brought a copy here to submit, and I want to remind the board that all of you here care about the children, all of the children, and I want to emphasize the word all, not just some kids whose parents you might be afraid of upsetting. Remember, you have to protect all the children, especially those who are in most danger of harm, suicide, and bullying right now in this country. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I made a mistake. You may come forward. I made a mistake. I should have called Tim Miller before Josh Nathanson. So Tim Miller and then Josh Nathanson. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dr. Angela Mann. I'm a professor and parent. I'm also a school psychologist and licensed child psychologist. We didn't coordinate this, but I'm also here tonight to ask you to save lives. First, it is long past time due to pass what the vast majority in our community want you to do, which is to pass comprehensive health education that includes evidence-based instruction on safe sexual behaviors that prevent life-threatening diseases and other risks and promote healthy relationships. I ask respectfully that you stop cutting students off from the lifelines like Jasmine that are so desperately needed during what I know you know is an unprecedented mental health crisis among youth, one that is disproportionately impacting LGBTQ youth. According to recent YRBS data that was referenced in terms of Jasmine's involvement, nearly 15% of these youth expressed not feeling safe attending school, and another 40% of these youth have expressed suicidality. It is your responsibility to keep all students safe.
Thank you.
And I ask you to do that tonight.
Thank you. Okay, so we have Tim Miller, followed by Josh Nathanson, followed by Becky Nathanson.
Good evening. My name is Tim Miller. Different topic, as usual. District testing has started, which means ESE teachers are pulling those students together that need small group testing in accordance with their IEP. That's good. That's what's supposed to happen. The problem is, what about the kids that are not in those small groups?
Mr. Miller, can I ask that you speak towards the microphone?
Yes.
We definitely want to hear this, so I want to make sure. And again, put 10 seconds back on the clock. I apologize for the interruption.
No problem. Okay. But as those students are being pulled, those ESE teachers have a huge caseload. So those other kids that are not in those small groups are not receiving their services that are documented in their IEP. This puts us out of compliance with the IDEA. So those kids are not receiving what they need to succeed. It's not additional services, it's what they need to succeed. And when they don't get the services, they're entitled to compensatory services on top of that. How are we going to do that if we already are short-staffed? ESE has been short-staffed for years, and it needs to be fixed. I understand it's hard to get ESE teachers, but we have to help these kids or they're going to fall behind. And a lot of people have talked about suicide and things with the LGBT. Suicide rates among ESE students, especially the ASD students, is incredibly high. I know that personally.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Ted Macy.
Good evening. My name is Josh Nathanson, and I would like to urge the board to vote no on the proposed supplemental health curriculum. A careful review of the proposed curriculum shows that it teaches children as young as 10 and 11 to become advocates. Both the middle school and high school curriculum offer a one-sided presentation of gender ideology, which is neither grounded in science or appropriate in the eyes of most parents. I am respectively asking you to make the brave decision to stand for parents who do not want their children indoctrinated in sexual or gender ideology. We can and should show respect and kindness for all without pushing controversial material on children as young as 11. Please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Raymond E. Johnson II.
Thank you. Mr. Poole will get them.
Thank you. You might want to look at the last page as I talk. Good evening. My name is Becky Nathanson with Moms for Liberty Duval. I'm here to remind the board of your responsibility in knowing exactly what you are voting to approve related to supplemental health. Parents fully support education on HIV and other STIs. The middle school health textbook already covers these topics on page 234, 32, 238, 306, 307, and a whole section on pages 423 to 431, even though board members have been told otherwise. If you vote yes on this material, you are voting in
do not
support
permit posters.
of having middle schoolers between the ages of 10 and 13 do an advocacy activity whereby they make a pamphlet describing different sexual orientations and gender identities. The supplemental materials inject unscientific and propagandistic gender ideology. In time, we will look back at these lessons and judge harshly the adults who approve it. Please vote no.
Next up, Dan Merkin. think we have another handout, Mr. Poole, on the corner.
So some statements made in conflict with reality. And
Your
I'll
name,
read 'em.
please.
Ted Macy. And I'll read them verbatim. So at the September 12th school board meeting, a board member stated, Broward County, according to this chart, uses the same adopted textbook we are using, except that they have no supplemental material. And the superintendent said that was the information they provided us, Broward County, and that they have comprehensive versions versus our textbook. So after some research from Broward themselves, they found that they do not use Glencoe McGraw-Hill according to the equity liaison, the confidential office manager, and the curriculum supervisor. And it's stated in the emails that are printed out. Some is redacted, and also the statements of the members are there, in there as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Nathan Toko. You're good.
Good evening, Raymond Johnson, Jacksonville resident, and my address is on file. First, congratulations to the new members and re-elected and the newly elected school board members. As you know, I'm opposed to the radical sex ed curriculum. You guys know that. I've been working to expose Jasmine for years. While I'm thankful and expect you to sever ties with Jasmine, I know the superintendent has made it clear that their agenda will remain. So I continue to expect the school board to ensure that Duval schools stop promoting and encouraging the dangerous and unhealthy practice of same-sex sodomy to minors. Like it or not, we will continue to call Jasmine for what it is, a pedophile group that sexually grooms children. And I expect you to stop any involvement with this kind of agenda. Thank you, and Merry Christmas. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Pastor I.L. Winfrey.
Hello, everyone. It's Dan Merkin, and I'm here to speak in favor of passing the comprehensive sex ed curriculum. I also want to encourage you to finally get those books from the Essential Voices collection onto the shelves. They've been sitting in limbo for way too long. But my passion is certainly around the sex ed curriculum in that I am a longtime HIV prevention advocate, and we know that without comprehensive sex ed, young people's lives will be put at risk for HIV and other STIs, and they unfortunately will bear the consequences sometimes of those diseases for the rest of their lives. And so it's critical that they get the information they need so that they can protect themselves. And we know also from our studies that the YRBS has shown that about 20% of our high school students in Duval County identify as LGBT.
Thank you.
And they need that.
Thank you. Next up, Gracie Bowen. I'm sorry, Bowden. Gracie Bowden.
Good evening, Nathan Toko. I think we can all agree that the point of sex ed and the extent of the government's involvement in sexual education of our children should be teaching them to stay safe and to stay healthy, i.e. avoid teen pregnancy and avoid getting STD. Not teaching fifth graders about a social construct known as gender identity, which the new curriculum does teach about. It has no basis in scientific or biological fact. It has no place in our classroom whatsoever, no matter what age, and especially not fifth graders. I think parents are starting to get a little bit more in tune with what's going on in their kids' lives. The last election showed that, I believe, and I think people should remember that the parents are watching this. They're seeing what's going in these curriculums, and they're concerned. They definitely don't want their kids learning about things that have no basis in scientific fact. And we don't need to be teaching about the human sexual response in high school, the excitement phase, plateau phase, orgasm phase, and resolution phase. I think about this, and somehow I don't know how I got by in life.
Thank you.
All this.
Next up, Susan Artker.
Is this
Susan or is it me?
Susan's in the 3 spot, you're up.
I'm on the 2 spot, okay.
You're in the 1 spot.
Okay, thank you. All right, first of all, I want to say to the school board.
State your name.
My name is Pastor Aya Winfrey, pastor one of the local churches here. Is my mic on? Anyway, I would like to go ahead and say that I ask that you vote no concerning this agenda. Scripture based on, as an arrow in the hands of a mighty man, so are our children of our youth. I'm originally from Atlanta. I am familiar with alternative lifestyle. I had a cousin that was in our family. We didn't have the organization of Jasmine, but what we did have that we set aside to talk about the difference that we had around our family table. Somehow that's missing. The second thing is that I have children and grandchildren, and I do not remember asking any organization to sign me and include me as a parent that's supporting alternative lifestyle. The third thing is this for us to understand, is that I want to raise my children and my grandchildren with parental rights.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, Lainey Barton.
Hi, my name is Gracie.
Bring the mic down.
Hi, my name is Gracie Bowden, and I am a master's level clinical mental health counseling student at UNF. I support comprehensive and inclusive sexual health education in both middle and high school. This education supports and protects all kids, not only from STDs, HIVs, and unplanned pregnancy, but also from dating violence and sexual assault. This is the only type of sexual health education that has been proven to reduce risky sexual health behaviors and reduce negative health outcomes. Barring a kid from receiving driver's ed does not make them a safer driver. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Shannon Taylor.
Hi, my name is Susan Ertker. I'm a graduate of Duval County Public Schools, as is my daughter, but I came here today to speak as a taxpayer. I attended the Sales Surtax Citizen Oversight Committee meeting on November 16th. After my public comment, the vice chair asked, please send your suggestion to the board, but I was afraid maybe y'all didn't read my emails. I wanted to come here and say it out loud to make sure you could hear me. In my public comments, I asked that charter school dashboard include 2 pages as an overview. As I mentioned in the meeting, this information is needed to enforce Florida Statute 1013.625, which already says that any of our sales surtax money that is spent on charter schools should be revert to the school district, or the charter school should close, but that's not being enforced, and we need this information. We especially need to know the unencumbered funds, and right now we don't know that amount. So I have the rest of it written down. I know a lot of people want to speak, so thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Brittany Mask.
Hi, my name is Lonnie Barton. I am a graduate of First Coast High School 2012. The Jasmine program was implemented in 2013, a year after I'd already left high school. And what I can tell you is that from my own personal experience, that the communities that I was a part of inside of First Coast High School were not conducive to any type of safe space for anyone who is LGBTQIA. And outside of just the sexual aspect, it's not just about sexual teachings, it's about gender identities. And had I had that type of involvement in safe space in high school, I wouldn't have had to have looked for outside information in my late 20s in order to figure out who I am and to feel most confident in who I am now. There were only 3 spaces that I felt comfortable inside of First Coast High School. They were in my anatomy teacher's class, and our avid readers teacher's class, and my NJROTC program. Those were the only spaces that I ever remotely felt comfortable that I was not going to be bullied or harmed, including to the point where our high school principal...
Thank you. Next up, Harriet Vasquez.
Good evening.
Remember to state your name.
My name's Shannon Taylor. I'm a mental health care provider that provides services to students in Duval County Public Schools. I'm also a native of Duval County. First, I would like to urge the board to vote yes on the proposed health education curriculum that is evidence-based and it is Florida State Standard approved. Bring back the essential voice, but more importantly, please reinstate your contract with Jasmine. I have personally been to Jasmine. I know what they do there. They do not promote anything negative. They save kids' lives. I've also been in the schools. I've been to GSAs. I've been to schools that don't have GSAs. And guess what? I've been to MHRC and I've been to River Point with my clients that have tried to kill themselves because of bullying, because of no safe spaces in these schools, because organizations like Jasmine aren't available. It's egregious that this was not voted on by the board.
Next up, Richard Thomas.
Hi, my name is Brittany Mask. I'm here to speak against the approval of the supplemental sex education materials. The materials up for a vote tonight are completely inappropriate and should never be something that any school board should ever consider. Years ago, people would have been considered pedophiles for speaking of such things to underage children. These days, if it's coming from a source such as a teacher, it goes unpunished and is thought of as a good thing. Gender identity and sexuality have no place in the classroom. This may be an unpopular opinion, but teachings regarding sex at all should be left to the parents to handle. It's entirely unnecessary to give explicit information regarding sex to these school-aged children. And I would certainly question the motive of anyone who pushes and fights so hard to get these things passed and approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Dr. Andrea Frazier.
Hi, my name is Harriet Vasquez. So, according to Florida Statute 101.4.04b, you have a requirement not to interfere or obstruct a parent's upbringing of their child's religious and moral values. You have that Florida statute in place for you. But also, when it comes to sex education, there is no Florida statute for you to provide that. So by you even providing this sex education, you are interfering and you are obstructing with various people's right to raise their child. So you need to get out of that lane and move back to teaching math, move back to teaching reading. Half your kids can't read. It's sad that I have to keep coming here to tell you that. That should be the first priority of this board, not are we going to cut contracts with people who are providing sex clubs to children. That's not a place for schools. Schools do not have any room for sex clubs. You're a school for education.
Thank you. Next up, Dr. Nancy Stotts.
Hello, my name is Richard Thomas, and I'm here tonight in support of the state-approved sex ed materials. As a parent and resident of Duval County for over 25 years, I believe having both parents and teachers providing our kids with approved fact-based sex ed is necessary. With the barrage of social media, internet influencers, and peer pressures, our kids need help from all of us when it comes to sex ed topics. This will help them make informed decisions today and for their futures. Please vote yes for the state-approved supplemental materials. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Bruce Musser.
Good evening, board. Thank you for having us here. My name is Dr. Andrea Frazier. I'm a pediatric resident in the community. I've also been a physician here for over 5 years. I was previously a medical officer in the U.S. Navy stationed at Mayport. I am here to please vote yes and for the state-approved supplemental sex education in both middle school and high school. I also support safe spaces and the stickers in middle schools and high school and supporting the Jasmine. I have seen from both my time, throughout all of my time in medicine, that unfortunately the education, sexual education is significantly lacking, especially in this area. And unfortunately, even as a medical educator, we simply don't have time. You may want to take your kids in to see the pediatrician, but they may only have 15 minutes with them. And while it is very important no matter what teaching is in school, to have that supplemented by a teaching at home, a lot of...
Thank you. Next up, Brian Zelsky.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Nancy Stotts. I am here to encourage you, like many of the other experts, but not just us, but many, many groups who are experts and educated in medicine, pediatrics, mental health, psychology. This isn't a popularity contest. This should be dictated by experts in the field. That's who you should be listening to. Your job is to protect students and to make educated decisions, and that's why I'm asking you to vote yes on that. Not having comprehensive sex ed hurts real students of all orientations. We've heard all the reasons why. Secondly, listening to all the hate, ignorance, and intolerance that we have witnessed here tonight, just imagine how difficult it must be for these LGBTQ youth. My goodness, Jasmine was doing a great job, and I encourage you to consider reinstating that. Finally, bring back essential voices, stop banning books, and by the way, Jesus was a Jew, and he loves us all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Judy Shecklin.
Good evening. My name is Bruce Musser. I'm a successful, happy, self-actualized gay man. I own a business here in Jacksonville. I volunteer in my community. I'm happily married to my husband, and I support my family. I am living the American dream that is promised to all of us. Now, this is a long journey in many ways because of the hate and the determination of certain citizens to share that hate and take that dream away. Every child deserves a happy childhood and a chance at a great life free of hate. I'm here to ask the members to help make that possible and vote to support sex education in Duval County Public Schools. I stand with educators, and I stand with Jasmine and programs they provide. I do not think the school board is the enemy. I do not think Dr. Green is the enemy. I think hate is the enemy. Thank you for hearing me tonight.
Thank you.
I'm going to make a quick announcement. We have about 27 more cards, and then we're going to take a break after that. But for the purposes of making sure that those that wanted to speak, we're going to try to get the cards done before we take our break, just as an FYI. And to our audience, thank you so much for allowing us to hear everyone that has spoken. I love that we are actually showing our children what civil discourse can be about. So thank you to all of you for being so cooperative.
To the chair, I have 72 cards from people who waived their right to speak.
We can read those after our break.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, you're Brian.
Yep.
And then we have Judy, and after that we have Shin. Please start.
All right, good evening. My name is Brian Zelsky, and I'm a school counselor at Kerner Middle School. I appreciate this opportunity to speak about what it's like to work in our schools with youth who are part of the LGBTQ plus community. As our GSA Club sponsor, every week I gather with students to help provide fellowship and support for one another. And this is our third year in a row that we've had over 60 students in the club. 60 students who are either part of the LGBTQ plus community or are very strong allies. As the club sponsor, my role is to help oversee our meetings, and that's about it. Like any club, it was student started and it's student run. The students are the ones who come up with our activities and discussions. I sponsor the club not because I have an agenda or because I seek some sort of political gain from it. I do, however, have a goal to help make sure that we are a school where all students are treated with dignity and respect, regardless of their gender identity or sexual orientation. When I first took over as LGBTQ plus support person in 2019, I was really impressed with the resources committed to supporting the civil rights of this at-risk and marginalized group of students. However, that support has waned in the last year. In August, I was told by my principal that we needed to take down all-ins for safe school.
Thank you.
All right, thanks.
You can,
Yeah.
if you can send your comments to the board in the form of an email if you
Okay,
like.
thanks. I have letters from students for Dr. Green. Yeah.
You may give them to our Office of General Counsel, and he'll distribute them accordingly. Thank you for bringing them.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Next up, Blake Harper.
My name is Judy Shecklin. Thank you for letting me speak and for letting all of us talk this evening. I also was a counselor, retired Duval County School Board counselor. I'm a grandparent of a Duval County school student, and I'm a current school volunteer. I'm here tonight to urge you to pass the proposed comprehensive sex education curriculum. Students make better decisions when they have accurate information. It will keep them safer and healthier, and it is our responsibility as educators to give them every opportunity in those areas. Additionally, the community supports access to this information according to a very recent UNF poll. We also know regarding books that students develop a passion for reading by having access to a broad array of high-quality reading materials. The Essential Voices book collection needs to be on bookshelves and accessible to students, not in boxes. Finally, Jasmine is a valuable resource for our Duval County school students. Severing that relationship reduces their services.
Next up, Jenny Richards, and come forward.
Hi, good evening. My name is Shen. First, thank you for cut a tie with Jasmine, and please vote for no for this curriculum. I'm also a physician working in Baptist. The existing textbook already put a lot of efforts on the sex transmitted disease and HIV, so there's no need to have another supplement for that. And second of all, according to the state guideline and statute, this curriculum needs to promote sex abstinence. However, this word is only mentioned 5 times in this textbook, whereas LGBTQ material has been almost 40% of that. It only promotes gender ideology. And this is also violates the parental rights, because it's up to us to teach what we need to teach the children. And think about where the children come from. It's from the parents, why? Right? So why we couldn't tell them about this?
Thank you.
Things?
Next up, Felix Proya. Thank you for that phonetic.
Good evening. My name is Blake Harper, information on file. I'm a resident in Duval County. First of all, as the next city councilman knows, I give credit where credit is due. I'd like to thank the superintendent for doing the right thing. I've got to imagine that a lot of that has to do with the recent governor, with the recent laws that were passed, and understanding that what Jasmine has been doing has been spreading and dispersing pornographic information into minors. Lawrence Mayer and Paul McHugh in 2016 wrote a study, Sexuality and Gender, Findings from the Biological, Psychological, and Social Sciences. They are from Johns Hopkins. I have sent, that's a date marker because I told you about that back then when it came out, 2016. We have been delivering the message that what Jasmine is doing is destroying our children, period. In this report, it clearly states that a large majority of the people, the children who have questions about what they are, turn out to be
Your time is up.
men and women.
Your time is up. Next up, Martha Pumphrey.
Hi, my name is Jenny Richards. I'm a 30-year resident, Jacksonville resident, a small business owner, and a proud Jasmine board member. I thank you all for your service to the Jacksonville community as we seek to find common ground on the issues of sexuality in the interests of our children's health. I'm saddened by the knee-jerk reaction to cancel the Jasmine contract because of the unfortunate media post. But I fear young people will be the losers as we try to find an impossible consensus. I ask you to please include the Essential Voices collection in the Duval County schools. Also, please vote yes on the fact-based, comprehensive sexual health curriculum presented today. Students make better decisions when they have access to accurate information. And thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you. Are you Felix? Yes. Okay, and then followed by Martha Pumphrey, followed by Timothy Stendel. Okay.
Hello, I'm Felix Proya, and I am a recent person that has moved to Jacksonville as a homeowner, and I have worked for the district for a long time, and I've just been trying to keep my head down and keep focused on my job, and I try not to look at the news too much and just stay focused on what we're doing, but what I keep seeing coming out from, with this new law and the changes that are coming, we're just slowly backsliding, and I'm just really concerned that we're not sending the right message to all students. So, support our students with comprehensive sex education. Please vote yes on that, and please consider supporting Jasmine. They're an incredible resource for our community, and we cannot continue to other gay people. We cannot continue to make trans people feel like they are bad and a disease, because it's just not good for our community and our underlying health
Thank
for
you.
everybody.
Your time's up. Next up, Jill Herrera.
Hi, my name is Martha Humphrey. I'm a third-generation Jacksonvillian and a graduate from Robert E.
Can
High
you
School.
can you speak clearly into the microphone? We want to make sure we hear you. Thank you. Go ahead and start over.
Okay, my name is Martha Humphrey. I'm a third-generation Jacksonvillian, and I graduated from Robert E. Lee High School. I first want to thank Dr. Green and the school board for the decision to discontinue Yasmin from our schools. I encourage school members to vote no on supplemental sex education curriculum. The transgender issue, gender identity issue is not appropriate in our schools. The schools need to teach children how to be productive members of society, be respectful to others, responsible for themselves, respect themselves. And gender has nothing to do with whether or not they're going to be successful. Teaching inappropriate sexual behavior is not keeping our children safe. Let's bring faith-based curriculum in our schools. Let's put the Bible and Christian-based books back in our schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Dr. Pam Robbins.
Good evening. I'm Tim Zindel. Thanks for the opportunity to share my thoughts with you tonight. I've read the middle and high school supplemental material in its entirety. The lessons regarding abstinence, STD, HIV, AIDS, pregnancy are acceptable. However, the lessons focused on gender identity and expression are not acceptable. Therefore, I'm asking you to vote no on the supplemental curriculum. There is no credible medical, scientific, factual basis to put this material in a textbook and teach this in our classrooms. There are no serious studies to support these notions of sex and gender. This is nothing more than ideological dogma wrapped in pseudoscience, and we're now preparing or proposing to teach this material as immutable fact. Politicians, medical professionals, teachers' unions, and individual educators can be committed to an ideology just like anyone else. Voting yes to adopt this curriculum, even if you allow parents to opt out, means that you are sanctioning all of this as truth. There are many other medical professionals in total disagreement with these assertions. Time permitting, I'd like an opportunity to cite some of the fascinating books and articles regarding this
Thank
topic.
you.
Thank you.
Next up, Marcia Winard.
Okay, hi everyone. I'm Jill Herrera. I work in HIV and STI testing and prevention. Yep, got it. I am here in favor of comprehensive, inclusive, reproductive health education. I have, in my background, I do have a master's in public health and epidemiology, and working in sexual health education. I've seen the curricula, it's good. This year alone, there has been a whole cohort of students who did not get any education. In a study earlier noted by another participant, it was in November 2022, over 80% of Duval residents supported schools teaching abstinence and birth control. Because it was taken away, where was the parental right in the decision of this cohort that missed an entire year or entire semester of sexual health education? I also did want to speak about Jasmine just a little bit because I know. Oh, there we go.
Thank you. Next up, Pat Villa or Villa.
Good evening. My name is Pam Malarkey Robbins,
and I'm asking you to vote no on the sex education curriculum because it's biased, it's unbalanced, and it's a recruiting tool for the LBGT. And I'll tell you how I came up with that conclusion. By reading it, it teaches all the ways to come out as gay, gender identity, LGBT, sexual orientation, and only mentions the word abstinence 6 times and uses the word celibacy instead of abstinence. The state law states that abstinence is the expected standard for all school-age children. As a former school board member, we did abstinence in St. Johns County. We reduced the teen birth rates by 60% and the STD rates as well. You're setting yourself up for a huge lawsuit by going against the state statutes if you okay this. It's inappropriate. It's not age appropriate for 6th through 8th grade. The consent age for sex in Florida is 18, and we're teaching kids how to have anal, oral, and vaginal sex before that age. You're setting yourself up for a big lawsuit, and I'm just telling you from a school board member's perspective.
Next up, Erica Vargas.
Thank you. I'm Marcia Winard, and thank you, Dr. Green, and members of the school board for letting me speak. Thank you for deciding to cancel this Jasmine program, which I think is destructive. Thank you, and I urge you to not support the comprehensive sex education program. These children should not be caught in politically motivated fight to corrupt our children. I want to give you a couple of scriptures. Romans 1:26-27. Because of this, God gave them over to shameful lust. Even their women exchanged natural sexual relations for unnatural ones. Same way, men also abandoned natural relations with women who were inflamed with lust for one another. Men committing shameful acts with other men, receiving in themselves due penalty of their error. In Luke 7:2, it were better than a millstone were hanged about his neck than he should cast into the sea, and he should offend one of these little ones. Jesus said, we'll know the truth, and the truth will make us free. Jesus is that truth, and the scripture is the truth. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Beverly Banta.
Ready? Yeah. Yes, hi, I'm Pat Villa, and I have a BS degree in nursing, and I have a doctorate's degree in common sense. What students are we protecting here? Just the LGBTQ? What about the rest of the students? I believe this is a form of discrimination by putting these students first and on a circle of protection around them. There's other children that we need to be taken care of. Surveys tend to be skewed. Just because a book is requested and has awards doesn't mean that it's right and needs to be read. Like John Stockton's school, focus on the true learning by using brains, not sexual organs and hormones. Sex is a science. XX yields a girl. XY is a boy. Anything else is a form of gender dysphoria and should be treated outside the school system by a professional. I ask you to vote no and keep this sort of thing out of the children's eyes.
Thank you. Next up is Keisha King.
Hello, members of the school board. My name is Erica Vargas. I'm a graduate student and from the University of North Florida for the Clinical Mental Health Counseling Program. I'm currently working with counseling college students. And my experience is kind of alarming working hands-on with college students who come with little skills and awareness of resources in sex education. They come ashamed, afraid, and unaware of their choices and safety to have healthy sex lives, which I urge our local schools to actually prepare our students to learn how to become healthier adults in an earlier stage. That's done via education and this sex ed curriculum that we're having and trying to pass. We're waiting too late to prepare our students. We're reacting to our issues rather than preventing them, and we're outcasting rather than inviting our students to feel safe. We're leaving them without the proper tools, and this is a root issue. I think we should empower our students early on, hearing and support them. After surveys done and public polls, the majority of parents and caregivers actually support inclusive, comprehensive sex ed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. going to try not to mess this one up. Brittany, be more trusting.
Good evening to the members of the school board.
Please get closer.
Okay. I'm asking you to vote, please vote no on the proposed supplemental health curriculum. I'm asking you to please vote no on the advocacy activity for middle schoolers age 11 to 13. And you know what? I look forward to a school board meeting where scholastic achievement is discussed. My generation calls it reading, writing, and arithmetic. The adult agendas creeping in among school children certainly is a distraction from scholastic discussions. Thank you.
Thank you. And could you state your name, please?
Oh, I'm sorry, Beverly Bantam.
Thank you.
Okay.
Next up, we have Melanie Boldick.
Hello, my name is Keisha King. I'm a mom of two, and I reside in Duval County. I, too, am an expert. I am a parent expert, and I want to say thank you for severing your ties with Jasmine Jax. And first of all, porn being shown to kids is not supporting the LGBTQ. It's called protecting kids, and we should not be showing those types of materials in order to protect our children. Our children are inundated with sexual images, sexual pressure, and sexual conversations, all in the palm of their hands and with each other each and every day. Please do not vote for pornography, gender ideology in the curriculum. Teach children scientific biology and how biological women become mothers. That's it. Since when did we need to show porn to children? Where is our conscience? There are people in this world who are waiting to take advantage of children who have been exposed to sex at early ages. This idea that since
Thank you.
kids will see
Your
it
time is
anyway-
up. Your time
Thank you.
is up.
Thank you.
Next up, Michelle Moore.
Hi, thank you. I am Brittany Be More Trusting. You did not butcher that last name. I'm a parent of two DCPS students. I have a master's in health science with a concentration in rehabilitation counseling from the University of Florida. I ask you to support the comprehensive evidence-based inclusive sex ed curriculum. Time is critical, and I kindly ask for a yes vote so we can move forward taking care of all of our children in this community. Please listen to those experts of public health on this curriculum and what truly has an impact on improving the health of our students. Please bring back the Essential Voices collection. I'm asking for a transparent time frame to get these books back on the shelf. These books are life-saving. The authors coming here from across the nation, I think, shows the volume of the importance here on these pieces. And withholding these books for more and more days is a form of book banning. I hope they will be back soon. Please listen to the brave youth who have spoken today in support of Jasmine and what it was meant to them and the importance of the comprehensive sex education. The insight and intelligence of the students that came here and chose to spend their Tuesday night.
Thank you.
Here. Thank you.
Next up, Florenda Islamovic. Doctor.
Good evening. My name is Melody Bolduke. I'm a teacher and a parent in the county. I want to thank and applaud our superintendent for cutting the county's ties with Jasmine. I also like to urge the board to support her decision and make more decisions that favor parent involvement and transparency, including a no vote on sex ed supplement. The current curriculum meets the standards. I'd also like to ask that a parent signature be required for opt-in rather than opt-out. I'm concerned that any adult pursuing conversations about sex, sexuality, and gender identity, where is the line that differentiates this behavior from grooming for our children? As a parent, I want to know who are the people speaking into our children's lives about such intimate matters? Who determines what's safe for my child and who's in alignment with my family values? Who's monitoring that these closed-door conversations within the classrooms and clubs? And where's the accountability? And who determines where the boundaries in these conversations are? Who's monitoring the boundaries and what's appropriate? What about teachers and school staff who have groomed and exploited children? Have you considered the liability of such programs? I'm concerned about 20 or 30 years from now, me need to from our children.
Thank you. Next up, Dr. Igor McKeeve.
My name is Michelle Moore. I'm a public health professor and a mom of 2 Duval County school children. We all want the same thing. We all want healthy and responsible young people. Kids can't learn if they're not healthy and if they're being bullied. The materials that are for approval tonight are actually supplemental state-approved textbooks that were suggested by the board that we consider. These are resources for the curriculum that our Duval County Health Education team will develop. Only the teachers will have these textbooks, not the students. Following our state statutes to promote sexuality or include sexuality education in our schools, the curriculum will follow evidence-based practices based on research that stress abstinence first, but also include birth control and STD, HIV protection for those adolescents who do not remain abstinent.
Thank you. Next up, Amelia Mikhayev.
Hello, everyone. I'm Dr. Florinda Islamovic. I'm a pediatrician here in Duval County. I work in multiple settings, including the outpatient, inpatient, and in our emergency room. And I see a large number of adolescents who come in for concerns of sexually transmitted infections, pregnancy, sexual assaults, as well as other related issues. I advocate for comprehensive sexual education in our schools. That is medically accurate and inclusive. A common theme that we see in a lot of our patients is the lack of education they have on these issues, the lack of education and community resources that are available to them. And the schools provide such a unique opportunity to really give them this education prior to coming to see me and prior to becoming these high-risk adolescents. Jasmine is a key member in our community that does provide an unparalleled opportunity to our very high-risk adolescents, and I urge you support them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, Liz Osborne.
Good evening, everyone, and the board. My name is Dr. Igor Mikheyev, and I'm a pediatric physician here in Jacksonville. I urge the board to vote yes on the state-approved comprehensive sex ed curriculum for both middle schools and high schools. Comprehensive sex ed that is inclusive and medically accurate protects all kids, not only from STDs and HIV and unplanned pregnancies, but also from dating violence, sexual assault, and adult predators. Statistics show that comprehensive sex ed allows for teens to make more thoughtful and cautious decisions about their sexual behavior and engage in less risky behaviors. Finally, inclusive stickers and spaces can reduce bullying and homophobia, protect our LGBTQ kids from violence, depression, and suicidality. 60% of Jacksonville's LGBTQ children have reported that they feel sad and or helpless, with 1/3 of them reporting thoughts of suicide. We need a curriculum in place that will protect them and every child in the school, and we need to reinstate the safe spaces. If you want to ensure the safety and success of our children and the children of your neighbors, coworkers, friends, and your students, you will vote in support of the curriculum. Thank you so much, and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you. Next up, Pat Gear.
Hi, my name is Dr. Amelia Mikheyev, and I'm a pediatric resident physician. I'm here to urge you to vote yes on a comprehensive sex education curriculum that is inclusive and medically accurate because it protects children from STDs, unplanned pregnancies, and all of the other risk factors that have been previously stated. There are numerous American Academy of Pediatric studies that have repeatedly shown that this leads to less sex and more contraceptive use in those who choose to be sexually active. Duval County has a 50% higher rate of STDs than the state of Florida average for teenagers that are aged 15 through 19, and I regularly see the consequences of lack of education in the hospital settings. This decision affects more than 65,000 children and should be based on facts and not religion, politics, or personal preference. I believe parents have the right to opt their own child out, but do not have the right to deny access to all children. We owe our youth the opportunity to have this knowledge, as it could drastically affect their health and their future. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Ivy Suter.
name's Liz Osborne. I'm a medical student here in Jacksonville. I'm here because I care about the health of our youth. CDC studies have told us that schools that provide sexual health education that is inclusive of the LGBT community have better health outcomes, including increased abstinence, decreased teen pregnancies, and decreased STDs and STIs. They also have increased mental health outcomes. So this is for all students, not just students that are part of the LGBTQ community. So if you care about these kids, you'd approve this curriculum, and also mend relationships with programs like Jasmine. They exist because other organizations have failed to provide the same services. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up, Brian Kennedy.
Good evening. My name is Pat Gear. I'm a proud graduate of Robert E. Lee High School, and congratulations to the new members and the re-elected members. I'm here to support what was done for Jasmine with Jasmine. I'm here to ask you not to vote against anything to do with what's posted on the sexual education. I've reviewed the documents. I found that there's this much on heterosexual sex information, and the rest of it's LGBTQ. It appears to be somewhat a guide to teach kids how to be that, and that's not what your role is. Your role is to teach people reading, writing, arithmetic, as others have mentioned, and the role for teaching things like this are actually...
No prompts, please.
The prompt is your document, but the role for this is the parent, not you. Stick to what you do, and what you do best is teach the students how to prepare for work, go to work, be productive citizens, and don't teach them sex.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, Margaret Yarborough.
Hello, my name is Ivy Suter, and I applaud Dr. Green's termination of Jasmine. In addition, I ask the board to vote no on the proposed supplemental sex education curriculum. This curriculum undermines parental rights, which is in opposition to Florida laws. In fact, a supplement is not required by law. I can only think that you must be looking to invite lawsuits if you approve this supplement. Are legal fees a prudent use of taxpayer funds? I think not. Thank you in advance for voting no, and I'm looking forward to reading, writing, and arithmetic.
Thank you. Next up, Frank Healy.
My name is Brian Kennedy. I'm here in opposition to the new sex curriculum. UC Davis defines gender identity. The terms and definitions below are always evolving and changing, often mean different things to different people. They are provided below to start a starting point. This is an education. That's not academic. This isn't something to put in front of children and teach them as fact. This is not even related to health or sexual reproduction. This is something that has been introduced into our society. It's creating absolute destruction. It is creating confusion. It's creating vulnerability in our children. And it's allowing for adults who would love to take advantage of children to do exactly that. I'm urging this board to vote no on this new curriculum and just take a look. Go back to the curriculum. Sex education is important. Gender identity has nothing to do with sexual education. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Pastor Elvin Jenkins.
I'm Margaret Yarbrough, mom to two wonderful girls. The expected standard for Florida law is to teach abstinence and the benefits of monogamous heterosexual marriage. Supplemental materials must also comply. District policy states that all sides of controversial materials must be presented without bias or prejudice, allowing kids to arrive at their own conclusions. This curriculum doesn't do that and instead centers with extreme bias around gender identity, orientation, sex, contraceptives, lowering the age of consent, and undermining the wisdom of parents in favor of school counselors. It places abstinence and heterosexual marriage last. A word search proves this point. Sex-related terms are mentioned 442 times in the text, LGBTQ terms 251 times, STD terms 129 times, and contraception terms 85 times. Conversely, the word marriage is mentioned 52 times, abstinence a mere 14 times, and the word heterosexual just 8 times. Opt-outs do not prevent kids from viewing virtual curriculum, which is a violation of parental rights and education law. Please vote no on this curriculum and stop sexualizing kids. Thank you.
And our final person in the queue is Yuping Song.
Frank Healy is a retired colorectal surgeon. I'm used to bringing up the rear. I'm a retired surgeon who treated hundreds of patients with AIDS in the 1980s when the mortality rate was 95% plus. It's not a game. The pseudoscience presented by Jasmine is misleading and inaccurate. Being HIV positive is not having AIDS. Card games with male genitalia are not helpful in AIDS education. Kaposi's sarcoma can appear anywhere on the body. In fact, aside from syphilis, most STDs don't show any lesions in that area at all, only secondary infections. Science matters. Accurate and trustworthy science matters. Distortion of science, including poorly designed psychological studies of gender dysphoria, are not based in sound science, but in politically biased agendas that produce a predetermined result. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Bishop-elect Elwin Jenkins. I want to thank the board for making the decision to sever your contact with Jasmine. I further engaged the board to continue to make educational decisions that reflect Jacksonville's rich biblical values and morals. To adequately educate anyone about sex, you must include what the creator of sex has to say about the matter. It is found in the BIBLE, the basic instruction before leaving Earth. Thank you, and may God bless you in carrying out your duties.
Thank you.
Again,
Please.
please, you guys, we've had
We're
a
all-
really good night, and we have one more speaker left. I appreciate you working with us.
Can you bring the microphone down?
I'm Yu I'm here tonight to oppose supplementary health curriculum. So board members, please vote no. Reasons: number one, children do not need sex education. The primary teacher should be their parents. It's their parents' rights and responsibilities. And reason two, public school sex education attacks the religious faith of many students. Number three, what's taught behind the closed door of the sex education classroom can never be known by parents. That means there are no way parents can control what their children are being taught in school. I have one scripture for you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, that concludes our speaker cards for this evening. We do have, how many cards do we have on the other?
72 names.
We have 72 that did turn in a name but waived their right to speak. We are going to take a 15-minute recess, and then we will read those and begin the business of the meeting. I want to once again thank you all for helping us to get through this process in an orderly manner. That being said, we stand in recess. 2 minutes. It's right here. Yeah. By the way, when you're doing this, if you're reading the script and everything, it's easy to say go there, but huh? There's a lot going on. Yeah, now you felt it. You did great.
I'm mom and I'm in charge.
Oh my God, seriously. I'm not messing with you.
You did a good job.
Well, she was the same with everybody, and that's what you have to do. You treated everyone equal. Y'all ready? Let's go. Let's go, let's go. Let's go.
I'm coming. Switching out.
Trying to get, no board member Hershey.
I think the gavel will now. Bring it.
My Yeti?
I don't think so. Oh, yeah, I guess you can.
All right, we're going to reconvene at this time. Again, we're going to reconvene at this time. And thank you to those that are here with us this evening. I will say we had been sitting for 3 hours and we needed to take a quick break. That being said, at this time, again, I want to ask everyone to have a seat. We're going to reconvene. Thank you. And again, I want to thank our audience. We got through over 100 speaker cards, and we appreciate your cooperation on that. I'm going to turn it back to Vice Chair Pearson, at which point she's going to read the people that came and filled out a speaker card but waived their right to speak. So she will read who they were and what their topic was.
Brian Morrill, in favor of severing ties with Jasmine, opposed to the supplemental health curriculum. Ed Williams, approving or supporting severing ties with Jasmine. Jean Grant Dooley, standing with Jasmine, yes to sex ed supplemental curriculum, bring back the Essential Voices book collection. Abigail George, stand with Jasmine, yes to the supplemental health curriculum, bring back the Essential Voices collection. Nikki Coplin, stand with Jasmine, yes to the sex educational supplemental health curriculum, bring back Essential Voices collection of books. Cosmos Cranston, stand with Jasmine, yes to sex educational supplemental health curriculum, Bring Back Essential Voices collection of books. Trinity Baker, in support of comprehensive sex education and inclusive classroom policies. Emily Rockosh, yes on inclusive supplemental sex education in support of LGBT students' access to community resources. Laura Lane, Stand with Jasmine, yes to sex education supplemental health curriculum, Bring Back Essential Voices collection of books. Randy Lesson, Stand with Jasmine, vote yes to sex education supplemental health curriculum, Bring Back Essential Voices book collection. Rhonda Tucker, no to Jasmine. Bruce Latimer, I can't read this, opposition to sex ed. Deontay, maintaining the Jasmine contract. Wiley Sparks, maybe, support sex ed supplemental education program. Janice Mitchell, no topic. No topic listed. Flora Guthrie, Stand with Jasmine, vote yes to sex ed supplemental health curriculum, Bring Back Essential Voices collection of books. Michael Kautu, Stand with Jasmine, yes to sex ed supplemental health curriculum, Bring Back Essential Voices collection of books. Stephen Isikoff, Stand with Jasmine, vote yes to sex education supplemental health curriculum, Bring Back Essential Voices collection of books. Lila Hartley, support Jasmine and sex ed. James O'Connell, Stand with Jasmine, yes to sex ed supplemental health curriculum, Bring Back Essential Voices collection of books. Kathy Hall, Stand with Jasmine, vote yes on sex education supplemental health curriculum, Bring Back Essential Voices collection of books. Brandy Davis, Stand with Jasmine, yes on sex education supplemental health curriculum, Bring Back Essential Voices collection of books. Eve Leslie Harrison, support sex education supplemental health curriculum, Jasmine, Bringing Back Essential Voices collection of books. Megan Tyson, Stand with Jasmine, yes on sex education supplemental health curriculum, Bring Back Essential Voices collection of books. Robert Ferris, Stand with Jasmine, yes on sex education supplemental health curriculum, Bring Back Essential Voices collection of books. Elisa Penrod, Stand with Jasmine, yes on the sex education supplemental health curriculum, Bring Back Essential Voices collection of books. Rachel Sheldon, Stand with Jasmine, yes on sex education supplemental health curriculum, Bring Back Essential Voices collection of books. Monique Sampson, opposition getting rid of Jasmine and opposition banning books. Heather Groh, Stand with Jasmine, yes on sex education supplemental health curriculum, Bring Back Essential Voices collection of books. Chris Crooms, Stand with Jasmine, yes on sex education supplemental health curriculum, Bring Back Essential Voices collection of books. Tiona Jefferson, support Jasmine reinstate contract. Brian Jefferson, support Jasmine reinstate contract. Charles Lockland, Stand with Jasmine, vote yes on sex education supplemental health curriculum, Bring Back Essential Voices collection of books. Melissa Rafus, oppose supplemental curriculum. Sonia Hernandez, Stand with Jasmine, yes on sex education supplemental health curriculum, Bring Back Essential Voices collection of books. Helen Tucker, support Yes to cutting ties to Jasmine and no to supplemental health curriculum. William Tucker, Jr. Yes to cutting ties with Jasmine and no to supplemental health curriculum. Emma Ambler Strochi. Stand with Jasmine. Yes to sex education supplemental health curriculum. Bring back Essential Voices book collection. James Eddy. Yes. Stand with Jasmine. Yes on sex education supplemental health curriculum. Bring back Essential Voices collection of books. Nikenia Wright. Stand with Jasmine. Yes on sex education supplemental health curriculum. Bring back Essential Voices collection of books. Christy Cairns. Yes, or stand with Jasmine. Yes on sex education supplemental health curriculum. Bring back Essential Voices collection of books. Sean Liu. Stand with Jasmine. Yes on sex education supplemental health curriculum. Bring back Essential Voices collection of books. Gloria Einstein. Stand with Jasmine. Yes on sex education supplemental health curriculum. Bring back Essential Voices collection of books. Jesse Nardi. Stand with Jasmine. Yes on sex education supplemental health curriculum. Bring back Essential Voices collection of books. Haley Anderson. Stand with Jasmine. Yes on sex education supplemental health curriculum. Bring back Essential Voices collection of books. Joshua Hicks. Stand with Jasmine. Yes on sex education supplemental health curriculum. Bring back Essential Voices collection of books. Shannon Beckham. Stand with Jasmine. Yes on sex education supplemental health curriculum. Bring back Essential Voices collection of books. Jeff Arneson. Thank you for terminating contract with Jasmine. Sarah Daniels. Support the following: comprehensive sex ed, reinstating Jasmine as a partner, Essential Voices back on shelves. Geraldine Otara. Support the decision to sever ties with Jasmine and no to supplemental curriculum. Julie Giesman. Opposition against Jasmine extracurricular. Philip Perry. Stand with Jasmine. Vote yes on sex education supplemental health curriculum. Please bring back Essential Voices collection of books. Dara Lee Nacarado. Stand with Jasmine. Yes to sex education supplemental health curriculum. Please bring back Essential Voices collection of books. Sandra Ingersoll. Oppose the health education curriculum and the school board's association with Jasmine. Okay, this one's long. Mary Riley. There's not a position. Mention of parental rights. Mention of sex education based on science and anatomy, not feelings. Again, parental rights. I think that summarizes that one. Kim Gossett. Stand with Jasmine. Vote yes on sex education supplemental curriculum, health curriculum. Bring back Essential Voices collection of books. Rosamar Duca. No to the supplemental health curriculum and yes to severing ties with Jasmine. Ryan Moran. Stand with Jasmine. Yes to sex education supplemental health curriculum. Bring back Essential Voices collection of books. Yan Fong Zhai. There's no topic listed. Christopher Jordan. Support Jasmine. Stephanie Boyette. Support ending program with Jasmine. Hannah Johnson. Support comprehensive sex ed. Gina Casas. Support number 30 to support comprehensive sex ed. Don't keep books in boxes. Support Jasmine Association with Schools. Kenneth Witten. Support item number 30. Don't keep books in boxes, support Jasmine. Shuhao Lee, vote no for supplemental material. Thanks for cutting ties with Jasmine. Nan Hucker, support Jasmine connection to schools and comprehensive sex ed program. Don't ban books. Linda Watkins, support and appreciate Jasmine. Reestablish contract with school district. Do not ban books. Deanna Adamson, no partnership with Jasmine and no supplemental curriculum. Hugh Blanton, opposition to supplemental health and education methods. Melina Gay, support no longer being affiliated with organizations. Thank you to members. Stephanie O'Fault, support severing Duval County Public Schools ties with Jasmine. Rosalind Hoffman, opposition to the cancellation of DCPS's contract with Jasmine. Stephanie Perrano, opposition to opposition to banning the Essential Voices collection of books, and that is all 74.
All right, thank you, and a thank you to you for all of your work tonight and making sure those conversations happened. That concludes all of our speaker cards for this evening. We're now going to move on to comments from designated parent organizations. I do not believe that any of these people are here, but if they are, Michael Hawk from our District Advisory Council, Kay Hawkins from PTA, Basco Eagle from the Title I Parent Advisory Council, or Aaron Hutchinson from Exceptional Student Education Advisory Committee. If any of you are here and would like to speak, but I don't see you. I'm now going to move to our bargaining groups. Representatives, and if Terry Brady from DTU, I have not seen her, Elton Brown from AFSCME, or Jason Geiger from JCA, if any of them are here and would like to speak, they're welcome to come forward. And I am not seeing them. Ronnie Burris, Luna, and David Bryant, IBEW, and Steve Zona, FOP. I'm sorry, I almost missed you, but I would not miss you. I would not miss you. I apologize. And thank you. Thank you for staying this late. We appreciate it.
No problem. Good evening, Board. David Bryant, International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 177. We represent your maintenance workers, your school safety assistants, your warehouse people, a couple other little groups, but I'm going to beat the dead horse. Maintenance, my bargaining unit is bleeding. We're losing people, and we can't replace them. The Band-Aid is subcontracting. That's an expensive Band-Aid, real expensive, which is going to which causes the board, the district, to bleed money. Pay one way or pay another. Pay to keep our own people, or to attract new people, or pay market rate to contractors in town. It's a lot cheaper to pay for our own people and to give them a decent raise, decent wages. It's simple. It's not a hard thing to discuss. It's not a hard thing to explain. When you subcontract work that we have people or have traditionally had people in-house here to do, we're spending money, a lot of money, because they don't. When you subcontract, you're subcontracting at market rates. And the rates that the raises that our people are asking for will get them nowhere near market rate, but it'll sure help them a lot. So, like I said, real easy. To me, it's a no-brainer, but you know, I have to bring it up or I wouldn't be representing my members properly. Thanks.
As always, we appreciate you being here and sharing your thoughts.
Thank
you. That being said, we'll move on to the approval of minutes. That the Duval County School Board approve the minutes for the following, for the meetings listed in the agenda item. November 1st, 2022, the regular school board meeting. November 1st, 2022, special board meeting, Leasing Corp. November 8th, 2022, board workshop. November 9th, 2022, special board meeting, student expulsion hearings. November 15th, 2022, board workshop. November 15th, 2022, agenda committee meeting. November 22nd, 2022, annual reorganizational meeting. November 22nd, 2022, special board meeting, Leasing Corp. I ask for a motion.
Second.
I have a motion from Board Member Vice Chair Pearson, sorry, I'm getting used to that, and a second from Board Member Darrell Willey. Is there any discussion at this time? Seeing none, I call for your vote. That motion passes 7-0. At this time, we'll move to approval of the consent agenda. At first, we need to ask, are there any items to place on the consent agenda or items for discussion? Seeing none, I ask for a motion.
Move approval.
Second.
I have a move by Board Member Jones and a second from Board Member Hershey. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I call for your vote. That motion passes 7-0. It was a quick flash of the screen there. At this time, we are going to move on to our discussion item. The first item is academic services, approval of supplemental health education materials and reproductive health and disease prevention. I ask at this time, Dr. Green, can you read your recommendation?
That the school board take public comment, then approve the below supplemental health education curriculum for reproductive health and disease prevention for use in the 22-23 school year. Number 1, Procter & Gamble, Always Changing, elementary. Number 2, McGraw-Hill, Teen Health, Healthy Relationships, plus Sexuality Companion Resource, middle school. Number 3, Human Kinetics, Reproductive and Sexual Health Companion Source, high school.
Okay, thank you. At this time, we need to ask if there is anyone from the public who would like to speak to this item. We have a 1-minute speaking time. If you are interested in speaking, you'll move to this side of the room, and we have staff there to guide that. Again, if it's anything additional that you feel you want to share.
When you step up, please state your name.
Thank you, Board. My name is Felix Proya, again speaking on behalf of having comprehensive sex education. Another educator friend of mine had something to say that I thought was just really profound to think about, and it's that regardless of their household, any public school student is as sheltered as the least sheltered student in the building. We have an opt-out for sexual ed, and I think there's been 2 comments that I thought were really interesting to hear during public. Was a student said that having inclusive, comprehensive sexual education gives parents the opportunity to then supplement their beliefs, right? So that's good, filling the conversation. So let's have a comprehensive sex education. And then also, you know, we have this opt-out, you know, the opt-in, whatever we need to do. But we as a school district, you know, me as a taxpayer, I want to see something that's comprehensive for all students. So thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Board. Joseph Lynn, relatively new Jacksonville resident. Being that my cell data just died recently, these comments will be a bit off the cuff. In sum, again, I'd like to thank the Board for terminating, as I understand the situation, your prior relationship with Jasmine and let it remain terminated. Secondly, again, please vote no on the supplemental health curriculum. Lastly, I do believe it's also once more reminding the whole Board of the important content of the whole chapter 18 of St. Matthew's Gospel, Dewey Rames Catholic Version. With that said, I do think it's also, interestingly, I don't recall anyone else mentioning the name Yuri Bezmenov. Highly recommended when you go home, look him up tonight, former Soviet KGB defector Yuri Bezmenov. 4 stages of communist takeover of America over time and over the course of generations. Key stage number 1 being the demoralization of one generation after another. Again, Yuri Bezmenov spoke well to that effect. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Dr. Jennifer Coward. I'm here to be the voice of expertise, not the voice of private religion, which doesn't belong in our public schools aside from private moments. The voice of scientists shall be heard. I understand that the North Florida Pediatric Society has submitted a letter in behalf of this curriculum that was received by the board. Pediatricians are doctors who believe in the health and well-being of children, who work hard to keep kids safe from all sorts of harm, and that includes the harm that they may experience by not understanding the risks of sexual activity, including STDs, HIV, and pregnancy. Pediatricians have submitted their comments to the board, again, via email. We had multiple pediatricians here tonight. I'm here to also elevate their voices. As a physician, my prescription is evidence and science. The science is clear that comprehensive inclusive sex ed works to keep our kids safe, and I thank you for your yes vote for science. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Harriet Vasquez. According to Florida Statute 1003.46, there is a requirement by this board to present to teach students to teach critically when they are learning the sex education. In the HOPE curriculum that you guys put forth for your high school students, there's a statement in there that literally tells students not to use statistics when they make their decisions about when they're going to have sex and which condoms they're going to use. The curriculum even goes so far as to advise students to use a dental dam if they're going to give oral sex to a student with AIDS. I can't imagine how on earth this curriculum is doing anything to be preventative of STDs. On the contrary, it sounds that you are in fact promoting sexual activity among teenagers.
Thank you.
Pat Villa again. I just want to agree with Harriet as well. Can't remember what I was going to say, but the sexual education needs to be taught by parents. There's plenty of resources out there for kids, and that they can learn they already know all this stuff by 10 and 12 years old. So, I mean, we don't need to be adding it to school. The parents should be teaching it. And if Jasmine is so influential, why don't they use that $45,000 and provide their own books so that these people can go read the books at their place instead of the school board, paying that money. We shouldn't be paying any money to any organizations other than for scholastic abilities and training. And I ask you to vote no on this for the health and mental health and for our children.
Thank you.
Hello again, Dan Merkin. Again, I wanted to speak about the importance of passing this comprehensive sex ed curriculum. As I said previously, 20% of the population of Duval County's high school identify as LGBT. That's from your own YRBS data. Additionally, I wanted to speak to 2 plans that exist. One is the Ending the HIV Epidemic Plan that was introduced under the Trump administration. And in that plan, it speaks to the importance of destigmatizing HIV as well as those who are impacted by it, and that includes people who are gay, lesbian, gay, et cetera. Also, we have the National HIV/AIDS Strategy, which also talks specifically about destigmatizing sex and sexual behavior as a way of increasing the ability to prevent disease. So we have the ability to do that here if we pass this curriculum and really be in line with national standards.
Hi, Margaret Yarbrough. Just want to repeat to vote no on the sex ed supplemental curriculum. Just some additional problems with it. The HOPE curriculum states that it's a factual resource, then goes on to make outrageous and false claims about gender identity and orientation. Legitimate resources like parents and medical professionals are delegitimized, basically. And it even promotes, lowering sexual consent age. The curriculum has disturbing examples of advocating for, younger consent age, like I said, suggesting that sexual norms are in a constant state of flux and should be challenged. The curriculum requires assignments in which students are to make a brochure advancing the LGBTQ lifestyle. How about we advocate for abstinence and monogamous heterosexual marriages instead? I mean, where are those partnerships on the DCPS website? When I look at them, there's just all these partnerships with LGBT communities. You click on each one, you click, and that's what it is.
Hello, I'm Justin Kudler. Again, as a parent of 2 DCPS students, I ask that you proceed with a yes vote on the supplemental curriculum. I want to be sure that my kids and every kid in the district has the best information possible based on scientific evidence and what we know works. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello again. I'm Becky Nathanson, Moms for Liberty Duval. Just reading one small activity in the middle school chapter 3, lesson 2 of Glencoe Teen Health that you'll be voting on. So when you vote yes, you're approving this for 10, 11, 12, 13-year-olds. It's an advocacy activity that says, create a pamphlet that describes different sexual orientations. In your pamphlet, define the different terms used to describe sexual orientation and gender identity, and why it's important to respect a person's individual differences. This is propagandistic. I messed it up again. And if you approve of this, go ahead and vote yes. If you don't, I'd ask you to please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello again, Nathan Toko. Just hearing a lot going around that if somehow we don't pass this supplemental curriculum, kids aren't going to know what STDs are or how to prevent them. Seems to be quite a few people spitting out those talking points. The state already requires teaching about teen pregnancy and STDs. It's already there. What this supplement does, all it does is add a political agenda to it. We've seen it, the advocacy portion of the middle school, indoctrinating kids, teaching them all these things that parents would rather have control of in their own kids' lives. And I'll just remind the board once again, parents are watching, elections have consequences. Thank you.
Thank you. Does that conclude?
I think we have one more.
Okay.
Yeah, I see one more.
Michelle Tipton. I heard a valid point earlier is the need to change or flip-flop this to an opt-in rather than opt-out. I think that it's a very, very valid concern. There's this many people on this side, you're never going to make anybody happy. I get that. But if there's controversial information and health education on this, make it so it's opt-in, and then parents can make an educated choice as to whether or not they want this discussed. Your last year board chair brought this up multiple times of that there's different communities that have different needs. Make this opt-in. Make this so that parents can make a decision for themselves as to whether or not their children should be included in this. This allows them to have control over it. So many times parents aren't going to be active in the decision. Let them make the choice to bring them into it rather than to pull them out. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that concludes our speakers for this portion. That being said, I'm going to ask for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion from Board Member Willie and a second from Board Member Hershey. That being said, is there any discussion at this time? Board Member Hershey.
It seems, I was trying to remember one of our workshops, I guess our last one. Didn't we have a conversation about opt-in and opt-out, and where were we with that? I remember the conversation.
Through the chair to Board Member Hershey, it is an opt-out. Because this is it is an opt-out for the purpose of the standards that we are required to teach. That it is an opt-out, not an opt-in.
Just through the chair to Dr. Green, could you just explain to the public how that would work and how parents would be able to opt out for this particular part?
Through the chair to Board Member Hershey, nothing has been done because this has not been approved at this time. But when this is approved, we will provide the form to parents in their parent portal that they need to determine whether they want to opt out of this curriculum. We also made sure that the curriculum is either online or we've had copies at all middle schools, and the high school is available online for our families to review. And so we've made that clear that after they review this supplemental curriculum, if it's approved by the board, then we will provide an opt-out form for those families that want to opt out. For all families, they have to choose to opt out. I shouldn't say for those.
Board Member Joyce?
Yes, thank
Okay.
you. When we discussed this in workshop last month, I brought up the point that this is very controversial. When I'm speaking about gender identity, I'm speaking about gender ideology. This is a very controversial topic in the community and in the United States of America, not just the United States, in the world. It is. And we've had physicians come up and speak to one point, and we've had physicians come up to speak against it. And it, to me, is sort of like the masking mandate. You have healthcare professionals that support it and healthcare professionals that did not support it. This is an issue with me because I have really delved into this topic. And testimony after testimony after testimony of children that socially transition and then medically transition, and they are destroying their lives with this medical transition because they're detransitioning. You should Google and you should look at the massive amount of students, young people, that are detransitioning, and the effects that this has had on their lives is horrible. They can't have children. They have done.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Audience, we need to ask that you refrain from dialogue when we're having discussion. I appreciate that. Continue.
So the most recent interview that I saw was an 18-year-old who started having some social contagion sort of issues about her identity, went ahead with the help of grown-ups in her life, had surgeries that have ruined her life, and she is 18 years old now and says, the adults in my life have allowed this to happen to me. I do not think that there is any place in our public education system to teach gender ideology. It's just not our place. I think we can teach the standard, we can teach about STDs, we can teach about pregnancy, we can teach about all of the things that children need to know about, and children do need to know about this. But when it comes to gender ideology, it's not factual. There are many healthcare professionals that say, do not do this, do not let this play out in a child's life. And so I am going to have to be a hard no, because this is happening in our 5th grade textbook, in our middle school textbook, and in our our high school. I just am not going to have that conviction fall on my shoulders that we are allowing students to, encouraging students to do something that is really, there are so many people that it's ruining their lives.
All right. Thank you, Board Member Joyce. Board Member Carney.
I think that our job as a district is to provide instruction on reproductive health and how to prevent HIV and STDs. I don't believe that there's any place in our curriculum to teach gender ideology, gender dysphoria, which is a clinical mental health disorder, that I think should be addressed privately, individually, on an individual basis. We have those supports for our children that are struggling. I don't believe in the state of our world right now that we need to add this to our curriculum. Our children are already being inundated through social media, through corporations that are advertising these types of things. We are creating more confusion and more mental illness by continuing to promote something that's not factual. And so for me, I believe that we can be all-inclusive for every student by sticking to reproductive health and HIV and STD prevention. And I also believe that there should be a way for our parental community to opt in to that particular part of the curriculum. I don't think it should be an opt-out. It should be something that if they want to explore more and they would like the district to provide that as a resource, that they can opt into that part of the curriculum.
Vice Chair Pearson.
Thank you. Through the chair to Dr. Green, we've had so much discussion over so many months. Please forgive me if I'm confused of what we have and haven't discussed and what the answers are. So I'm going to ask 3 questions. The first related to the opt-out that we've discussed. Is this a blanket opt-out, or is this more of an a la carte opt-out where a parent can say item 137, or is it a package deal where there's a whole package that you're opting out of at one time, or can parents pick particular topics that they want to opt out?
Through the chair to Board Member Pearson, we cannot just say pick and choose. Like, first of all, this is collected at the school level.
Okay.
This is not collected at the district. Each individual school has the responsibility of getting that information. And if we were to go that deep, granular, I assure you, someone would be in a lesson that maybe they said they opted out. So it is mostly you're opting out of, yes, it is all of it. The reproduction or the instruction on STDs, HIV, you're opting out of that.
Okay, so when a parent, thank you. So when a parent, like, I would go into my child's focus and I would see a list of topics, a package
Yes.
that I'm opting out of, but I would know what those topics are so I can
Yes.
make an informed choice about what I'm opting out of.
Yes, you will know what you're opting out of.
Okay. And the second point is we've heard a lot of the result of a lot of research and fine, very detailed research that people have done and spent time reading through the curriculum. I believe we've talked about this. Are there topics that are in the books, the curriculum, that we will not be addressing in the classroom, or are we committing to going through everything that's in each of these 3 books?
Through the chair to Board Member Pearson, the answer is no, not everything in the book is taught. So there are lessons in the book that we will not teach in our district. And that information will be clearly defined on our website. And as I stated, parents will know it when the form, what they're opting out of.
Okay, so thank you. So a follow-up to that is, the material relating to gender identity and all that goes with that, is that part of the group that will be covered, or are those topics that won't be covered?
For a more in-depth answer, I'm going to ask Ms. Renfro to answer that particular
Thank you.
question.
Through the chair to Vice Chair Pearson. So there will not be any standalone lessons on diversity. So for a standalone lesson, there isn't a standalone.
So, for example, the activity to make the pamphlet that someone referenced of defining different gender identities, is that a standalone lesson? Is that an example of something that would be used or wouldn't be used with our students?
So that's an example of a standalone lesson that would not be an activity because it would be related to a standalone lesson.
Okay, thank you. And then my third question, through the chair to Dr. Green, unless she wants to send it out, is who is going to have access to the textbook? Because I heard one of the speakers tonight say that only the teachers would have access to the textbook, and I've heard parents express concern that if the students have access to the textbook and the parents opt out of certain lessons, then the students still have access to the information, and that's concerning to them. So I'm confused about that topic.
Ms. Renfro.
Through the chair to Vice Chair Pearson, at the middle school level, the books are hard copy and they're classroom sets. So if they're teaching the lesson, they'll go to the page associated with the lesson, but they'll follow the lesson guidance that has been prepared for the teacher. At the high school level, it is a PDF of the book that the teacher has. The students can read the PDF that for which they're engaged in that lesson.
Okay, so I do have a follow-up to that. If a parent opts out of the package, would the student be issued the book? Or would the student have access to the book?
So as a classroom set at the middle school level, the students are not issued a book.
Okay.
Because it's a class set.
Right.
We pass them out when they're teaching one of the lessons on sexual reproduction and disease education. At the high school level, typically, because it's a PDF, it's not something they can, it's not like your typical digital textbook. We have procedures where they would put it on the screen, the lesson if they're having them read, or they can make copies.
Okay. I guess I have a third follow-up, I'm sorry. If a person opts out of the package, then are there any topics that would be taught from the book? We'll go with middle school, since that's a classroom set. Is there any reason for that student to interact with this book if the parent opts them out? Like, is there a topic that's covered in there that wouldn't be in the opt-out package that would give the student a reason to have access to this textbook in the classroom?
Through the chair to Vice Chair Pearson, the answer would be no, because they're not going to be in the classroom. If they opt out, then you're opting out of everything that would have been covered in that supplement
Okay.
text. So they would not be in that classroom when any of those lessons are being taught.
Okay. Thank you.
I would like to recognize Board Member Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through the chair to Dr. Green. The original supplement that was presented was withdrawn, and this new one was developed. What was the process and who was involved in the development of the supplement that we're looking at today?
Through the chair to Board Member Jones, this supplement was tied to the textbook that the board approved at the beginning of the school year. Our state adopted textbook that the district's been using since 2007. There was a middle school and a high school. This resource, these two resources, back in 2007, the district did not choose these two resources. They chose something else. These resources go with that textbook, and so I requested to see this information. I made sure each of the board members, each of you, got a copy of this. And so our health teachers under our health department, or our program specialist of health, looks at the standards and then goes through and says, these lessons are the appropriate lessons to tie to these standards. There are lessons in here that we said they do not, and therefore we will not utilize those lessons in the health curriculum.
Okay. So the supplement that we are looking at tonight goes with the textbooks that were approved earlier.
Well, they're still considered supplement.
Right.
So I just want to make sure that's clear.
Yeah.
These are not on the state adopted. They are supplements that go with the health textbooks that was state adopted back in 2007 that the board, we brought at the beginning of the school year, and the board approved those two
And
textbooks.
those supplements will ensure that we meet all the state standards that's required.
Yes, the supplements ensure that we meet all the state standards, as well as the portion of the statute that says, meet the community need, and looking at your community situation.
Okay, thank you.
Board Member Willie.
Oh, my first question is around kind of going off of that. There was a lot of, I guess, stats. I know we got some emails about the number of words that were said, but this again, once again, this is a supplemental material, not necessarily the main text that folks are going to be consuming, correct?
Through the chair to Board Member Willie, our main text is for health. These two supplements only cover the two topics of reproductive health and STDs and teaching of HIV or diseases.
So I think we have to pass a comprehensive sex education. We have to. Like, it is necessary. Our kids are talking about it. They're experiencing it. They have questions about it. This is our responsibility and obligation to make sure we're educating our youth to make sure they make healthy decisions and respect each other for the decisions that other folks make. That's the reason why we have this education and we have professionals to do it. And I also believe that we have an opt-out for a reason. Like, we have an opt-out for a reason, and I think this is why we have it. If folks want to not have their child or their student participate, they have an option to opt out. If we do the opposite way, it's actually denying access to certain families and parents and parental units to actually gain access to this information. So it's doing a disservice to our community to deny access to information. So we have to pass this. In my opinion, I'll be voting yes. We've heard from experts today. This is an inclusive, comprehensive supplement. We've been through this. We've vetted it. We already took it off one time. It's time for us to put this in place, and I'm ready to make that happen.
Any further discussion? Board Member Carney.
I have one more question. Through the chair to Dr. Green. When the information for parents to opt out is put into the portal, will there be an attachment or any comprehensive PDF or something like that that they can look at and see what the curriculum guide looks like that the teachers will be teaching, or will it just be this is the topic and this is the lesson?
Through the chair to Board Member Carney, I know that we have updated our website, so our website also has a very inclusive information, and so we will make sure that our families know that it's very inclusive. It will not just say the topic reproductive health.
Okay, thank you.
It'll have some more information.
Vice Chair Pearson.
Yes, I'm sorry, I forgot to ask one of my questions. If you could help us, just walk us through what the life cycle of this curriculum is that we're approving. Is this something that we will have to look at again, in a cycle? And then I know that we're on a cycle for textbook adoption. It seems like we've had the current textbook for a really long time. When are we up for textbook adoption for health textbooks?
Through the chair to Vice Chair Pearson, any supplemental has to be reviewed annually. So every year we will have to bring this back.
And
Or
when-
something if we make a change.
And we've been talking about this a long time, so when would that point be?
It would be before the 23-24 school year, so normal, I think when we first started this conversation, it was like in, I want to say June, or maybe it was a while ago. So we'll bring it, and at the risk of being funny, in 2 months, we might be bringing it back for next year. But it is something that we try to start in the spring, so that if we're making any changes, we have the summer to make those changes. But the supplemental curriculum and health curriculum is brought annually. You asked about adopting the textbook. The district chose not to change the adopted textbook in 2015 when there was another adoption. Normally, the adoption cycle is every 6 years. Health is not quite like in that same cycle, so I believe it is the 23-24 school year that we will, I'm not looking in that direction, so people, if, 24, okay, 24-25, I was close. It's in the 24-25 that we would go through a statewide health curriculum adoption. I do need to state that going through the adoption is not the same as supplemental. I just have to keep repeating that.
Okay, thank you.
Board Member Willie.
Two things. Supplemental material is not take a lesson from that supplemental material and just do it. It's you take that and you basically pull pieces to make the lesson, right?
Through the chair to board member, yes. We pull pieces from this.
Got it. And then the other piece, I know that I think everyone is going through this process around the state of Florida. So ours is delayed. So I know we've heard from folks too about other districts and doing certain things, but that's probably shifted and moved as well because those folks are also adopting probably new curriculums, new supplements. So we'd have to do a whole nother round of research to look at that too. So just want to put that out there that we've been delayed. So other folks are moving their process along.
Any other? Board Member Joyce.
I do want to share with the board that when we started this process, I met and I asked the district to meet with Duval Homeroom, the health curriculum that we are supplying through that venue, and the FLE, the Florida Virtual. And when I sat down with specifically Duval Homeroom, what I was told is we are actually able to meet the standards with this curriculum, but not include this is forward-facing, so parents are in the room, they're watching, they're seeing what is being taught to their children, and we're not including any of these topics in that particular venue. And it seemed like that was a little, that was interesting to me. But at the end of the day, being in the classroom, being a teacher, I can tell you, even if it's a classroom set, the student will have the book, and they look through the book. And so if the concern is that children won't be exposed to it, maybe in some world that we would want that, but that's just not the reality in the classroom. The books are on the shelf, they are accessible. Even if a child opts out, this is something that they will be able to access. So I am, again, my concern is with the gender ideology, and I think it's very dangerous for us to even have any of that in our classrooms.
Board Member Hershey.
I just wanted to clarify again, I just know that we have talked about this multiple times, and just through the chair to Dr. Green, with this supplemental material, are we teaching gender identity from the supplemental material?
Through the chair to board member Hershey, the particular lesson you're speaking on, I believe is on page 41 and 42. No, we are not teaching gender. I'm sorry, I forgot did you say ideology or identity in the middle school? Do we teach about LGBTQ students or that can be connected to HIV? Yes, we do. Because that community of individuals can have a high risk of contracting HIV. So no, it is not taught in a standalone, as Ms. Renfro said, that we're teaching about these gender identities. It is taught related to possibly contracting a disease.
Just have a follow-up through the chair to Dr. Green. So again, and remember Willie has hinted toward this, not everything in the supplemental material is going to be pulled and infused into teaching on these topics. This is going to be some lessons in the supplemental curriculum will be used, but not all. Is that what I'm hearing?
Through the chair to Board Member Hershey, that is correct.
And will the district, I'm just through the chair, will the district be able to identify, I think even in the opt-out portion or through focus, be able to identify lessons or be able to provide that information for parents if they wanted to know which lessons were going to be used?
Through the chair to Ms. Hershey, yes.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, I call for your vote. That motion is passed 5-2. We will move on next to facilities project design, construction, and maintenance, public hearing and vote. Dr. Green, is this your recommendation?
Approval of the 22-23 five-year district facilities work program as required by Section 1013.35 Florida statutes. The Duval County Public School District is required to take public comment prior to approval of this item.
At this time, I'm going to open the public hearing for that. I'm going to ask if there's anyone who wishes to speak to this item. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. I'm going to ask for a motion.
Move approval.
Second.
Jones, I have a motion for Board Member Jones and a second from Board Member Willie. Are there any board members who wish to speak to this item? Board Member Hershey.
I'm just excited to see that work is being done in our schools, and as I scroll through, and it looks like every school is listed with some sort of improvement, and I just would like to thank Mr. Soros and his hardworking department on keeping things moving forward, and I'm excited to see that what will be done to improve. I mean, from roofing to flooring, and that this is taking place. And it's not just on paper, we're actually able to accomplish it.
Any other discussion? Board Member Jones.
I ditto Board Member Hershey's comment, and we waited a long time for this, and having the older schools in the state of Florida and seeing the construction that's going on, that's going to happen throughout this county, and seeing the joy on the kids and the employees' faces as they enter a brand-new school that's secure is going to be very exciting, and I look forward to all of us joining in the ribbon cutting of Rutledge Pearson this coming August. Thank you.
All right. Board Member Willie.
Through the chair, just a lot of exciting projects, as you see, and I know I've been in a number of my schools, and you just see things happening, and it's the taxpayers' dollars at work. And I want to encourage people, of course, as always, there's a dashboard. This isn't just this on paper, but you can see this updating in almost real time. Of course, there's some delays there a little bit because of that project, but it is a great site to go to understand how the dollars are actually working. So, thank you.
All right. With that, I'll call for your vote. That item passes 7-0. We have no board member travel this evening, and we have no superintendent's travel at this time either. So we'll move to For the Record. I'm going to start over with Board Member Joyce.
Hey, thank you so much. I'm going to be very brief. It's been a long evening. I do want to congratulate the assistant principals and the principals of the year. I was kind of giddy. 4 of the principal finalists were from my district. And I think it's very interesting that the Miss Myers, who won the assistant principal of the year, did a lot of great work at Stillwell, and I think that might be where her first assignment as vice principal was. So and I do got my Stillwell jacket on tonight. So I just want to congratulate them and the work that they do, and congratulate Board Member Willie on his Disney gift card.
There you go. And you have truly rocked the Stillwell jacket. I like it.
It's been in the closet for 4 years. So I worked there before I was appointed to the board or elected to the board. And I said, let me grab that jacket out of there and wear it proudly tonight.
Definitely the perfect night for it.
I think Principal Roper asked you where you got that. Did she want one?
She's like, where'd you get that?
Parents, apparently it's the need to have fashion item over there. Board Member Willie, I'll move to you, please.
Yeah, I just want to, of course, recognize the First Coast Chorus. If you did not see me, I was very active up here singing along. It's always great to see our students getting involved in things outside of just the normal academics, because we're teaching folks about all the different pieces about life as well. So it was awesome to see that. One of my favorite songs, actually. And also to the AP and Principals of the Year, it's always great to honor our leaders. Our schools, they're driven by our leaders. You can tell the culture of the school is driven by the leadership in the school, and it's great to have our leaders be recognized. And of course, we're at Teacher of the Year time. We had our top 15 announcements, so congratulations to all those. We had a couple of those in District 4 for sure. And then I just want to end. I know that we've had a lot of conversation today, and I'll say this. I think the Jasmine piece, us getting rid of that contract, it was tough. I know it was tough on the superintendent to make that decision. I don't want us to see that as a win, because it's not a win, because if students now don't have a resource that they feel they had is not there, that's not a win. And I know we had a lot of folks saying, thank you, it's a win, it's a win. It's not, because now we have to figure out how we support these students that had that as a resource. And I want to validate the reality of our students in the LGBTQ community, from the bills that happened this summer to the guide conversations that we had to now this. Regardless of how you are and what you think about those things, that's their reality. That's what they're experiencing every single day. So we have to do all that we can, and I want to put my full support, and I hope that this board also puts our full support behind our students, because we can't teach reading, writing, and arithmetic if our students don't feel safe, if they don't feel like they can show up as their full selves every single day. So I think that's really important for me to acknowledge, and I want us to have that dialogue and conversation, because it's going to be important for us moving forward, not as this board, but also this community. This is the topic that has not only affected us in this room, but across this whole community. So I just wanted to state that, and I stand in support of that community to make sure that we give them the resources that we need, and I'm glad Dr. Green presented that earlier. And now it's up to us to make sure our job is to let her do her job, but also make sure we're monitoring that. So I just appreciate this opportunity to speak on that and for that community. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Board Member Hershey.
Thank you. I want to congratulate Assistant Principal Carr from Crown Point for her recognition as Assistant Principal of the Year. I first had the opportunity to meet her when I was at Crown Point at a Leader in Me conference that had principals from around the state of Florida as well as Georgia. And it was a great event to be at, and her energy and electricity in the room is very exciting. I know she's going places. I'm not sure that she'll be at Crown Point long as the AP from what I witnessed. And I would like to say to Board Member Joyce that Principal Roper was at Twin Lakes Academy Middle. And so I know there are a lot of people in District 7 who are applauding her recognition as Principal of the Year. And I certainly appreciated her leadership when she was there. So I just want to share a little bit in that joy with you for her as well. And The only other, two more things I'd like to point out is that coming up in January, on January 14th, we had to move the farm share event at Twin Lakes Academy Elementary School. It'll be January 14th. Now, the flyer's going to say it starts at 9 o'clock, but when we did this at Mandarin Oaks, we had people in line at 6:45. And so we did not start at 9. In fact, by 10 o'clock, we were out of food for over 300 or 400 families. So mark your calendar for January 14th. And if you would like to participate in that and receive food, I encourage you to be there well before 9 o'clock because it only goes until food runs out. And when it causes traffic, even there on Point Meadows, we will probably end up starting before 9. So just want to put that out there for people. And I also want to mention that when we were having lunch at the Florida School Board Association conference just last week, we're going, oh my gosh, Board Member Jones goes, this sounds a lot like Dr. Green. I don't think we were listening until he said that. And then Dr. Green kind of perked up and I think she thought that could be me. So it was exciting and quite a surprise to see Dr. Green recognized yet again by the state of Florida for her leadership, and I just wanted to acknowledge that and say, Dr. Green, we are proud of you for your leadership. It was well deserved, and it was a surprise. It was a neat thing to witness, and I do believe that our new chair, Dr. Coker, received her certified board member status, and that is only held by 23% of board members in the state of Florida, and so welcome. We have another certified board member, and so welcome to that. It's not a club, but welcome to that title, I guess. And finally, I would like to wish everyone a very happy and safe holiday season, and I look forward to seeing you in 2023.
Just for the record, I was just trying to keep up with Board Member Hershey, who is also a certified board member. So there you go. I'll move it down to Board Member Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's difficult to keep up with Board Member Hershey. I tell you, she sets a standard. And when we talk about principals and assistant principals, in 2 years, depending on what our judge does with redistricting, we don't know who will have which schools come that time. Right? Just a note, you may have a different school in your district after that decision is made. I also want to congratulate Robin Cooper and Katie Atkins for their being selected as semifinalists for Principal of the Year and Assistant Principal of the Year. I think we all can be proud of the leadership that our teachers provide, our principals provide to our students each and every day, and it's really a compliment to the work that Dr. Green and the people she's selected to hold these positions. I also want to congratulate Sadie Tillis, was selected by Subaru of Orange Park, adopting a classroom, and 6 teachers received $500 for their classroom supplies. And I think that's a good partnership that we need to promote for all of our schools because all our teachers need support. And on a sad note, I'd like to offer my condolences to the Holland family on the death of their son, the 13-year-old that was murdered this past weekend, a student at Ribault Middle. And I think the community is tired of press conferences. We've had them over and over again. And for those who may not know, there was another student, 8-year-old student, was murdered in her home in 2006 in a drive-by shooting while she was reading to her cousins in the home. And at that time, that was 2006, at that time, Mayor Payton was so touched that he came to the council and we approved what they called the journey. And I don't know if we have that chart, but there it is. As you see, she was murdered in 2006. We approved the journey in 2007. And the next 2 or 3 years, our homicide rate dropped from a high of 151 down to 86. That's what happened when people take action. And so we didn't defund the police, but we did fund prevention and intervention programs that are needed to drive down the murder rate. I don't care who's running for mayor, who's running for council. If you don't include prevention and intervention programs, you're not going to bring down the murder rate in Jacksonville. We're still going to be the murder capital of the state of Florida. It won't happen. And the reason those numbers went back up because we were in a recession and they pulled the funding back from the Journey. Now we have no Journey. We have Kids Hope Alliance, which is a combination of the Journey and the Children's Commission. We don't have that singular focus on driving down the murder rate in Jacksonville. I don't know whether our leaders, whether the civic council, the chamber, the mayor's office, the council, whether it's because it's mostly people of color who are being murdered, I don't know what it is that we don't see that there was a solution in place and we defunded that and we're not willing to refund it. We have to take action. We can't continue to lose our young people, anybody, any murders. One is too many, but we are losing too many of our young people and we're tired of press conferences and we're going to pray on this. When you pray, yeah, we pray, but when you get up, you got to do something. And doing something means funding programs to prevent crime and reduce crime. Thank you.
Amen.
I was going to say, yeah. Board Member Carney.
So we are 2 weeks until holiday break, and I just want to let all of our teachers know that I know how difficult these next 2 weeks will be because of all the parents that are bringing lots of sugar into the classroom. And so I just want you all to know that I'm thinking of all of you, and I hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful break. And I also had the opportunity to spend some time with the superintendent and the board last week at the FSBA conference, and I just want to say that I am so incredibly humbled by all of your guidance and being so welcoming to me, and I'm really, really looking forward to our partnership together, and I'm excited about the future, and I love our students and our teachers in this district, and I can't wait to get into all those District 2 schools and meet everyone and be a part of this great place. So thank you.
All right, Vice Chair Pearson.
Yes. I have 4 things. The first is a thank you to Chair Coker for removing the partitions.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
so nice to look to my left and look to my right and not be looking through chopped off heads and extra faces imposed on other faces, and it was a weird experience sometimes up here. So thank you for doing that. The second is a thank you to Principal Kendrick and Ms. Maloney at Brookview Elementary. I had the opportunity to sub as a para at that school a couple of weeks ago and thoroughly enjoyed being in first grade. And also thank you to Ms. Schultz for facilitating my goal of subbing in all 22 District 3 schools by the end of my 4 years. So I'm not quite halfway there yet. I need to give you some more dates, but I'm on a march to work in each of the schools in my term. Super excited to tell you about the middle school girls soccer clinic. I've talked about this before. This is the second year that it's happened, so now we can call it an annual event. And now it's been expanded to 6 schools. So if you don't know, Arlington, Stillwell, Ribault, Southside, DuPont, and Gilbert, either last week or this week, have had a soccer clinic for your middle school girls soccer teams. And A.D. Talley kind of rounds everybody up and is the captain of this effort. But we have great partners in Mike Levine from Jacksonville Football Club, and he sends coaches out, club level soccer coaches out to run these clinics with the girls. They also provided 5 balls to each school with that. And then Elsie Bogard with Soccer Up America also provides, and he's been a big champion of this, and provides coaches for this as well. And then the Fellowship of Christian Athletes has made a commitment to provide, they're called PUG goals, they're pop-up goals, smaller temporary goals that are about $100 a pair. And the schools don't have them, but it's the equipment that the soccer coaches are using to demonstrate these drills. So by gifting the goals to these schools, now the coaches can replicate the drills that they learn in the soccer clinic. So that's a really big gift. And why am I so excited about this, other than I have a daughter who plays soccer? I got to see the disparity of opportunity for girls soccer throughout the county in my daughter's 3 years in middle school. And there was one, actually, it was Gilbert. I remember walking off the field and talking to the coach and saying, this cannot keep happening. This is not right. This cannot keep happening. And he said, you're right. Let's see what we can do. And then he made a statement that I'm going to quote, and he says, girls find their voice on the pitch. The pitch is what you call a soccer field. Girls find their voice on the pitch. And we started talking about how finding your voice on the pitch leads to more confidence, leads to more leadership, leads to maybe an easier path to participate in class in cultures where girls don't speak up easily or aren't encouraged to speak up. It leads to healthy relationships with teammates. It leads to conflict resolution. And it also leads to resilience, because you learn to win graciously, and you learn to learn from your mistakes when you lose, and you learn to be a gracious loser. And so we talked a bit, I think, probably in the new member training sessions, they encourage y'all to talk about your why. I think this is one of my whys, of being able to help facilitate programs that make a difference for students. And I do believe that there's great value in extracurricular activities. I know it's not our main focus, but I believe there's great value in sports and extracurricular activities. And I'm so excited that the district was willing to work with me on this and then bring in other partners. And I look forward to saying next year that we've expanded to more schools with this, because there's definitely a need. The last is on the legislative platform. I'm going to reiterate the 4 areas for anyone who's still listening, because the people who are still in the room are already working with us on it because they helped develop it. But workforce, school staff shortage, early learning, and recouping districts' administrative cost for the Family Empowerment Scholarship. Truly, I'm trying to build a coalition on these items. I have community members and organizations that I've been waiting to reach out to, and also following up with our Duval delegation. But if you spoke tonight, if you're one of the 102 or 72 who waved, we appreciate your voice, and we want to hear your voice, and I would love to have your voice if there's any of these 4 items that you want to speak to and join us. I firmly believe that we can disagree on some things, but work together on areas where we agree. So if you agree on any of these 4 areas and you're willing to work with us to lend your voice to advocate for the district in these areas, I would welcome your voice and your participation in this. The focus of our platform is increasing student success, and I think as a community, I would hope that that is a priority that we can all agree on. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Vice Chair Pearson, and I will say thank you for the soccer clinics, because one of them is coming to Arlington, and I was grateful for that. So again, thank you. As school board member for District 1, I do want to make sure that I also speak to the recent items and activities a little along the sides of how board member Willie did as well. I want to start by thanking Dr. Green. One of Dr. Green's strengths is when a resource of some type is removed. She is very quick to marshal resources to put in place that will actually impact the students in a positive and oftentimes better way. I thank you, Dr. Green, for quickly figuring out what we need to do to support our LGBTQ plus youth in our community. I look forward to joining you as we talk to the GSAs. I want to hear the student voices, I want to hear the teacher voices, and I want to hear the parent voices involved in that. And so thank you for facilitating that conversation. I want to also, something happened over the weekend in relation to this that just really resonated with me. I found out that a group of our leaders on the nonprofit sector came together over this item, not to pick sides over anything, but just to support the LGBTQ+ youth. That is all they wanted to do. These are United Way, Community Foundations, JPEP, Dolores Barr Weaver Foundation, the Miller families. There are so many groups involved in this that there are too many really to read off. But these are leaders in our community who always have our city at heart and our children, their best interest at heart as well. And they crafted a statement, which was actually released today, that I think is good for us to end on in regards to this. And it goes as follows. As a group of community stakeholders, we are concerned for the well-being of our LGBTQ plus youth in our community, whose voices may feel forgotten or lost. To our beloved youth who identify as LGBTQ plus, we want you to know that you are loved. We see you and we remain committed to supporting you. Every one of you in the LGBTQ plus community is uniquely beautiful and you are worthy. And there is a strong coalition of vocal, actionable support behind you that remains committed to advocating with you and being a champion for you. No matter what, we will continue to stand by you. Please continue to reach out to the people and organizations you trust in your schools and in the community for support whenever and wherever you need it. We want to remind you that anyone can also dial the 211 helpline to access support services through United Way of Northeast Florida at any time. We also want to remind you that the 988 Suicide and Crisis Hotline is always manned and there to support and assist as well. In the end, there was a lot of rhetoric that got tossed around with this item, but we need to get back to the focus of our children and our youth and supporting each and every one of them in the manner in which makes them successful. And so I just wanted to celebrate those nonprofits who came together to remind us that in the end, it's about the children of this community and supporting every one of them wherever they are. And with that, our meeting is adjourned. Oh, wait, a motion to adjourn. I was so excited to be done. Sorry. Can I have a motion to adjourn? So moved. Do I have a second? I have a second from April Carney. I have a motion from Vice Chair Pearson, a second from Carney. That being said, the meeting is adjourned. And thank